Chapter 98. Dark North Divine Art and Absorbing Star's Great Technique have been successfully upgraded. He can't do anything about the next level. All the basic martial arts have been used up, and the rest is the most basic martial arts. Unless he can buy them in the mall, but the price is too high. This is the only way for the time being. Unless I have too much crazy point. Otherwise, I really can't upgrade anymore. Then Yi Tianyun looked at his property bar. All the details are listed. Player, Yi Tianyun level, 29, 9th level core condensation, EXP, 38728 crazy point prestige, 130 points cultivation technique, Dark North Divine Art, Dragon God Secret Art, Xian Tian Divine Art Martial Arts, Absorbing Star's Great Technique, Blood Fiend Soaring Heaven Weapon, Frost Fist, Blood Fiend Divine Spear, Sword of Endlessness, Chaotic Heaven Sacred Axe, Low-Grade Soul Tool, Armor, Divine Armor, Shadow Cloak, Chaotic Heaven Divine Armor, Low-Grade Soul Tool, Chaotic Heaven Battle Boots, Low. Grade Soul Tool, Divine Ability, Crazy Mode, Luck Aura Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline Decoration, Forging God Hammer, Power Bracelet, Power Ring, Power Belt, Blood Fiend Bracelet all items, 27 Recovery Medicinal Pill, Gift Pack LV31, Life X1, Bad Luck Divine Pill Treasure, Purple Fire Divine Furnace, Appraisal Eye Title. Guardian Yi Tianyun shook his head when he saw that the EXP required was 5 million. It was too much to ask for. He needs to kill a lot of core condensation cultivators or demon beasts to upgrade it. But he cleared out a lot of things, such as those martial arts that he doesn't need. Immediately, he focused on the set. This is the set that dropped from killing Old Ancestor when Tian. He immediately equipped it. You have successfully equipped the Chaotic Heaven Divine Armor and the Chaotic Heaven Combat Boots. The two-piece set's attributes, doubled defense power and movement speed. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. This set is worthy of being a soul tool. It's much better than the Snow Wolf Battle Boots, otherwise he wouldn't sell them. Snow Wolf Battle Boots can't be upgraded, so he sold it. Continue to equip the Chaotic Heaven's Sacred Axe. Yi Tianyun equipped the Chaotic Heaven's Sacred Axe. Shortly after, a huge axe fell into his hands. It was covered with a dense layer of divine runes. A chaotic aura was released from the axe, giving him a feeling that he could split space apart with a single slash. Ding! Successfully equipped the Chaotic Heaven's Sacred Axe. 3-piece set. Attributes. Defense doubled, movement speed tripled, strength doubled. The attributes of the perfect equipment set were displayed. This time, not only did his movement speed increase, his strength was also doubled. Sure enough, the set was perfect. It was much better than picking up a weapon alone. Very good. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. Just this set of equipment has increased his combat power by 60,000 points. Overall combat strength was actually a very vague concept. It didn't mean that one's damage was particularly high. If one's defense was very high, one's overall combat strength would still be able to be heaven-defying. But it doesn't mean that he can easily kill others. Therefore, this 60,000 battle power, if really counted in the battle damage, is only 20,000 to 30,000 points. He did a quick check and found that his total combat power had reached 110,000. Without using Berserk mode, he has reached 110,000 battle power. Does this mean that in Berserk mode, he can reach 400,000 battle power? The answer is, of course, impossible. This is to increase the damage, not the defense. Not bad, this time. Even if I face a Spirit Core Stage powerhouse, I should be able to deal with it. Yi Tianyun has never fought with a Spirit Core Stage powerhouse, so he is not very clear about how strong the opponent is. Immediately, after cleaning up, he walked out of the room. Just as he walked out, he saw a disciple standing next to him waiting. Elder Yi, you came out. The palace master asked you to look for her after you come out. The disciple said, Aunt is looking for me? Yi Tianyun smiled. Even if Shi Shuiyun didn't look for him, he would have gone to look for her. Immediately, he went to the main hall and found Shi Shuiyun. Just as he entered the room, he saw Shi Shuiyun discussing with several elders. The old ancestors have gone back to their seclusion. They don't have much time left, so the affairs of the palace have nothing to do with them. Moreover, there is Shi Shuiyun to deal with everything, so there is no need to worry. Tianyun, you are here. When Shi Shuiyun looked up and saw Tianyun, she smiled slightly. Palace Master, you called me? Tianyun walked in and asked. Yes, we have mostly cleaned up. There are only a few disciples left from the three forces, so it was quickly cleaned up without any accidents. This time, we have collected some weapons, a few medicinal pills, but most of them are spirit herbs. Among them, Wing's sect has a lot of materials. You happen to know how to refine tools, so we plan to give these materials to you to refine. Shi Shuiyun smiled. This is just right. Tianyun smiled and said, Why don't you give me all the collected spirit herbs? Why, do you know an alchemist? Shi Shuiyun asked. My good aunt, didn't I say before, I know alchemy? Tianyun is not willing to call her palace master, so he directly called her aunt. He is a little helpless. He has already said it once before, but Shi Shuiyun did not take it seriously. You really know alchemy? I forgot about this. After all, you have never done alchemy before. They all showed a shocked expression. Not only can he refine tools, but also alchemy? Is this really possible? Yes, I also have this soul tool level purple fire divine furnace. Do you think I can refine pills? He took out the purple fire divine furnace and held it in the palm of his hand. When they saw it, they were shocked. This is a soul tool level alchemy furnace. It is more valuable than a middle grade soul tool. The two are not the same concept. Weapons are weapons, treasures are treasures. In fact, Aunt, even if you didn't ask me to come, I was going to come. Tianyun smiled and said, After this war, the strength of Jade Palace is obviously too weak. I suggest to use our reputation this time to expand the recruitment of disciples. As for weapons and pills, I will refine them and train a large number of disciples in spirit refinement realm as the backbone. This time we raided the home of the three major forces. We got a lot of martial arts. We can use it. Great, Tianyun. You think the same as me. Shi Shuiyun was surprised. Of course. Don't you know what relationship I have with you? Tianyun smiled. The two of them have a tacit understanding. The three elders looked at each other. It seems that there are still a lot of steps left, although they got a lot of things from raiding the house. But it is still limited, especially in terms of pills. They need to refine them. Now, with Tianyun's help, it is undoubtedly much easier. Then we will work hard to train disciples, promote the entire Jade Palace to a second-level force. We can't let other forces look down on us. Tianyun firmly said. Chapter 99. Tianyun suddenly thought of something. He gently waved his hand. A lot of human-level martial arts and earth-level martial arts appeared on the table. These are all taken out from heaven's immersing ancient ruins. He didn't integrate them. Nor did he sell them. He planned to give them to Jade Palace. These are human-level martial arts and earth-level martial arts. When Shi Shuiyun and the others saw this pile of things, they were suddenly shocked, especially earth-level martial arts, which is extremely rare. Shi Shuiyun picked up one or two of them and was shocked. Where did this come from? And there are so many of them. They look good. Although we raided three forces, but by the time we arrived, most of the martial arts were already taken, so the number of martial arts we can take is relatively small. You just happened to fill the biggest gap. When they first raided the Jade Palace, the things they got were materials, some weapons, and pills. The old ancestors of the three forces were killed. Other forces must have heard the news, or the disciples who stayed inside heard that they were going to attack, so they immediately took what they could. So when they arrived, those that were too far away were all taken away. On the contrary, the materials were taken the least. Most of them took the finished products. This is a long story. In fact, I got it from heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Wait for a while, I will tell Aunt. Eteonyon laughed. From heaven's immersing ancient ruins. I almost forgot to ask you. It's obviously closed. How can you come out? Shuiyin was puzzled. The other elders are the same. We will talk about this next time. Let's refine pills first, then start training disciples. That is the focus now. Eteonyon didn't say it. He planned to only take Shuiyin. The less people know about this, the better. Shuiyin nodded and didn't ask much. Shuiyin didn't ask. The other elders are even more embarrassed to ask more. After discussing the plan, Eteonyon immediately began to refine weapons and pills. He is now intermediate blacksmith master and will soon enter advanced blacksmith master. It was the same for beginner alchemy expert. After refining a batch of pills, he would definitely be able to advance to intermediate alchemy expert. After all the materials were in his hands, he began to refine crazily. His priority was to refine the body refining elixir. He refined them one by one. It was actually very simple for him to complete this mainline task. That is, it was enough to constantly strengthen the disciples of the body refinement stage. Therefore, a lot of body refining pills were needed. Only by taking body refining pills would one's cultivation speed increase. Unlike Eteonyon, they didn't have this system, so their cultivation speed wasn't that fast. Even taking the body refining elixir would take a long time to achieve this goal. Of course, it wouldn't take too long. At least, with a large number of body refining pills, the time would be greatly reduced. Eteonyon didn't know how long he had been refining one furnace after another. Every time he refined, he would be able to refine dozens of body refining pills. He didn't know how many furnaces he had refined. Ding! Successfully refined the body refining pill. The reward is 3,000 experience points. Alchemy proficiency increased by 50 points. Ding! Congratulations to player. Eteonyon, beginner alchemy expert, successfully upgraded to intermediate alchemy expert. Finally succeeded. Eteonyon's heart was filled with joy. After refining for so long, he finally succeeded in upgrading his level. According to this level, he was already equivalent to a 4th grade alchemist, which was considered a relatively high level. At least at this age, there were very few people who could surpass him. However, he didn't stop refining, but increased the intensity and continued to refine the body refining pills. Due to the improvement of his alchemy expert, this time he increased the number of pills he refined to hundreds. The increase in level was not useless. Whether it was the speed of refining or the success rate, there was a significant increase. It was just that repeating this process was obviously a bit boring. As he continued, he refined batch after batch of pills until he finished refining all the materials he needed. After refining the pill materials, he began to refine weapons, all of which were high-grade spiritual weapons. Ding! Congratulations to player Eteonyon, intermediate blacksmith upgraded to advanced blacksmith. Good. Eteonyon slapped his thigh. Finally, he also upgraded to advanced blacksmith. This meant that his success rate in refining high-grade spiritual weapons was basically full. With his good luck, he could refine perfectly every time. Start refining. Like a madman, he began to refine day and night again. Young master, don't you want to rest? It's time to eat. Xiao Lian walked in with the rice, looking at Eteonyon continuously refining things with a face full of worry. These days, she had been serving Eteonyon. It should be said that it had never changed. It was always her serving Eteonyon. Sister Xiao Lian, you're here. Eteonyon stopped and turned to look at Xiao Lian and said, These are your pills and weapons. Right, there are also some silver. These are all for you. Xiao Lian looked at the storage ring handed over. She suddenly froze and didn't know what was going on. Young master, I can't accept any of this. I can't accept any of this. Xiao Lian's cultivation was not high, but she was also at the 6th or 7th level of the body refinement stage. If she had enough pills, she could still break through. You've taken care of me these days. It's already the best credit. Yi Tianyan stuffed the storage ring to her and said with a faint smile, These days, I saw that you were distracted. Are you missing home or your parents at home? Xiao Lian was not an orphan. She had parents, but they were not here, but in a remote countryside. For the past few days, she had been absent-minded, as if she was thinking about something. She stood there in a daze, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Young master. Xiao Lian's eyes were red, but she shook her head. Say it, we are not strangers, we grew up together. I treat you as my sister. Yi Tianyun's expression became serious. He knew that things will not be simple. My father is seriously ill at home. There is no money at home. Xiao Lian thought about it and cried. Sister Xiao Lian, why don't you tell us? Yi Tianyun grabbed her shoulder and said, Take these things back. I will refine some recovery pills for you to bring back. Your father will definitely recover. Isn't it just money? I prepared a few hundred gold for you. Is that enough? But I didn't do much to resist those intruders. I just hid on the side. How can I take these things? Xiao Lian shook her head and refused. If you treat me as the young master, then bring these things back. If you want to repay us, cultivate hard, improve your cultivation, and contribute to Jade Palace in the future. This is the best repayment, Yi Tianyun solemnly said. And this is your father's situation. Such a big thing. Why didn't you tell us? Although Xiao Lian joined Jade Palace, it doesn't mean she is rich, plus she has been serving him. She has no time to go back. Now that Jade Palace is so busy, it is obviously unreasonable to leave without permission. So even if her father is seriously ill, she didn't choose to go back. Xiao Lian immediately nodded. Then I don't need too many things, I just need some medicinal pills. I will go back to heal my father and come back immediately. Sister Xiao Lian, you don't need to come back so soon. The situation here is okay. I don't need anyone's help. Just go back and take care of your father. After a while, I will come back to you. Yi Tianyun smiled. He really treats Xiao Lian as his own sister. Other people just roll their eyes at him. Only Xiao Lian and Shi Shuyan are good to him. Just this point alone, how can he not care about Xiao Lian? Young master. Xiao Lian bit her lips and finally nodded. Young master's great kindness, Xiao Lian will never forget. She was about to kneel down, but immediately Yi Tianyun helped her up. Sister Xiao Lian, how can you be like this? Yi Tianyun said with a straight face. Do you think that I am a different person now that my cultivation is stronger? This. Xiao Lian didn't dare to look at Yi Tianyun. There is no doubt that her expression has already answered the question. Yi Tianyun's cultivation is getting stronger and stronger, has become unattainable, not like the previous young master who needs to be taken care of. Whether it is the answer or anything else, she has to be respectful, not daring to talk nonsense. I am still the same person. Whether it is now or in the future, I will not change. Sister Xiao Lian, you will always be my sister. Yi Tianyun smiled and said, Don't be too restrained in front of me. Just treat me as the previous young master. Young master. Xiao Lian looked at him. Her eyes are red again. Tears are constantly falling, like a broken string of dew constantly dripping on the ground. No wonder Xiao Lian doesn't talk to me. It turns out that she is too afraid of me. Yi Tianyun sighed deeply. It seems that he has neglected the people around him. Chapter 100. A week later, Yi Tianyun came out of his room. His whole body looked messy. He didn't care about his appearance at all. He stayed in his room to refine things for so long. How can his image still be good? When he entered the main hall, many of the disciples saw him and began to laugh. It looked a little too funny. Usually it looked bright and clean, but today it looked messy and strange. "And I'm here." Tianyun came over with a smile. "Tianyun, thanks for your hard work." Sure Shuayan looked at Tianyun coming over. She didn't laugh at him like other people, but thanked him gently. Over the past few days, she had been busy as well. She had been continuously recruiting more disciples. Due to the publicity this time, many cultivators had joined. Even some talented cultivators who can join second-level sect came to join Jade Palace. But this time, Jade Palace is more strict than before. Before there was a traitor, so they are more cautious. They must have a clean background. They don't want anyone who doesn't have a clean background. So in the selection of disciples, the talent can be low, but the background must be clean enough. This is more important than anything, no matter how talented you are. If you are stabbed in the back, you are still trash. So these days, she didn't have time to see Tianyun's situation. She is busy here. But her heart is always worried about Tianyun, especially her beautiful eyes, full of concern and worry, but more than that, exhaustion. She is also physically and mentally exhausted, otherwise she would have gone to see Tianyun. Tianyun's heart is touched. Only his aunt will not care about anything. No matter what situation he is in, she is willing to stay with him. Just a single sentence was already enough. "It's not hard. I have already refined a batch. If it is not enough, I will continue to refine." Tianyun smiled. "Then come over here. The elders are all in the examination hall." Sure Shuayan took him to the assessment hall, where there are dozens of disciples waiting here, ready to take the assessment. Everyone's expression is nervous, whether they can join Jade Palace or not depends on this assessment result. "Great Elder, let's pause the examination for a moment. Let's go back to the room and distribute the items," Sure Shuayan said. When the Great Elder saw Elder E, she immediately stood up. They all knew what to do. However, Tianyun's appearance attracted the attention of many girls who were preparing to join. They sized up Tianyun curiously. "I heard that there is only one male elder in Jade Palace. Is that him? You look messy. What did you do just now? I heard that he's very powerful. I wonder if that's true?" Many girls discussed. As the only male elder of Jade Palace, they are very curious. The most important thing was that the rumors outside were saying that Tianyun was very powerful, even more powerful than the palace master. There were also rumors saying that he was a demon who killed without blinking an eye. There were all kinds of rumors, and the more they spread, the more exaggerated they became. "Wait." Tianyun stretched out his hand to block, and immediately in full view of everyone, he waved his hand, and all the weapons and pills were released by him, piled up in this examination hall. There are dozens of upper-grade spirit tools, and even more than a dozen superb spirit tools. In addition, there is a large number of body-refining pill. Other people have a bottle, but he piled them up. It looks like there are more than 100 bottles. And it looks like this bottle is not small. They don't know how many pills are inside. These are the results of refining all the materials. There are dozens of weapons and thousands of pills. This scene is very amazing. The new disciples who join the examination are also shocked to see this scene. They don't know what pill is in the bottle, but they know what the level of the weapons are. The lowest is upper grade spirit tool, and the highest is superb spirit tool. As for the level of soul tool, to be honest, Tianyun has a little confidence in forging it, but the materials are too low level. He can't forge it at all, otherwise it will be even more shocking. As the saying goes, it is not good to show your wealth, but he wants to show his wealth to shock everyone, to let these new disciples know that their Jade Palace has a lot of resources. They can use it on them. These are the resources of Jade Palace. These pills are body refining pill and spirit refining pill. As long as you perform well enough and work hard enough, these things are all yours. Tianyun turned to look at them and said, Sure Shuayun, at this time, knows what Tianyun is doing. To put it bluntly, he is tempting them, but also to encourage them. Really, these may all be ours. Really, this is great. These are all spirit tools, and they are all upper grade spirit tools. There is also superb spirit tool. Oh my God, when I passed by the treasure pavilion, I took a look at the spirit tool. It is much worse than here. They immediately exploded. Shocked by these pills and weapons, they didn't expect Jade Palace to be so strong. It is already beyond their imagination. Several elders looked at each other and didn't say anything. It's good to show it here. This scene not only fell into the eyes of the new disciples, but also some of the original disciples of Jade Palace. Their eyes are shining. Yes, these resources are only a small part, whether it is new disciples or already joined disciples. As long as you perform well enough, as long as you are loyal to Jade Palace, we will invest a lot of resources for you. Sure, Shuayun added on the side. Letting those disciples who have already joined to cheer up, this is a good thing. Looking at their expression, Tianyun nodded with satisfaction. This is the result he wants. They just joined, and they don't know much about this place, so it is undoubtedly the best choice to shock the new disciples. After explaining, Tianyun and Sure Shuayun went out. There is no material here for the time being. I plan to go buy it myself and come back after a while. Tianyun smiled lightly. Aunt, I will leave this place to you. This batch of pills should be enough for a while. There is no need. I will order people to buy it. There is no need to go in person. Sure Shuayun said. It is not that problem. Sister Xiao Lian's father is seriously ill at home. I plan to go and see him. Sister Xiao Lian has been taking care of me for a long time. I didn't expect her father to be seriously ill, and she is still staying by his side to take care of me. If I didn't see the situation, I don't think she would go back. Tianyun sighed. Sure Shuayun was startled and immediately said with a sad face, No wonder I noticed something wrong with her before. It turned out that this kind of thing happened, and she refused to say a word. That's fine. Leave it to us. That's good. I will buy some materials, by the way. This time we must promote Jade Palace to second-level faction and stabilize Jade Palace's position. In addition to completing the main quest, Tianyun also wants to make Jade Palace stronger. This is Sure Shuayun's painstaking effort. He can't ignore it. Good boy. You are getting more and more like an elder. Didn't you say you don't care about these things? Sure Shuayun said with a smile. I am worried that Aunt will be too busy, so I will help you. Tianyun smiled. That's fine. Remember to help me in the future. Sure Shuayun thought for a moment, and immediately grabbed Tianyun's hand and said worriedly, Tianyun, you must pay attention to your safety. I know you are very strong now, but there is always someone better than you. Don't cause trouble. If something happens to you, what do you want me to do? As she spoke, her eyes reddened. So many things had happened before, and she had been too worried. Tianyun looked at this pitiful expression. He gently hugged her in his arms and firmly said, Don't worry, I will be fine if I die. I won't be able to see Aunt again. I swear I will protect Aunt for the rest of my life. Chapter 101. After saying goodbye, Tianyun tidied up his things and went to the village where Xiao Lian stayed. If it wasn't for Xiao Lian, he would have chosen to come down in person, find those treasure pavilions to buy materials, and then sell them to forge weapons. This way, he can make a lot of money first, then use the materials to forge weapons, and then sell them for crazy points. He just wants to make a lot of crazy points now. Otherwise, his other martial arts are too difficult to upgrade, and the crazy points required are too much. The next stage is to upgrade Lucky Aura. After trying several times, he knows the importance of this thing. After a battle, it will greatly affect the drop rate. If he wants to make a fortune, He has to rely on it. But now he has to go to Sister Xiaolian's place. It won't be too late to buy them together. He prepared so many medicinal pills, enough for a long time. If I have enough materials, I can forge a lot of soul tools and upgrade them to divine tool. Wouldn't I be invincible? Tianyan wants to do this, but the process is too long. He is now advanced forging proficiency. He can forge soul tools, but the success rate is only 10%. Even with lucky aura, the success rate is only 20%. Therefore, in a short period of time, even if he really has a lot of materials, it is still difficult to succeed. The success rate is too low. It is better to try forging a best spirit tool. It is possible to forge one occasionally, but it is impossible to forge it all the time. So he is just thinking about it. Divine tool is not so easy to upgrade, especially now the Frost Fist is only a low-grade soul tool. It is still 3 levels away from divine tool level. The proficiency required will certainly be a lot. Soon after, he found a direction and swiftly headed over. The place where Sister Xiaolian lived was relatively remote. It was further than Tianfeng City, so they had to travel a bit more. Unfortunately, the Snow Wolf is in Jade Palace as a guardian beast. Otherwise, it will be faster to go there with the Snow Wolf. It is roughly this direction. It seems to be Gong Village. Tianyan heard the direction from Xiaolian, so he knows how to go, but the exact location is not very clear. After climbing several mountains in a row, he finally saw a small mountain village in the distance. Although he doesn't know if it is Gong Village, but he will know after asking. Something's not right. Tianyan narrowed his eyes. He could see a group of people killing their way into the village and looting something. Many people were kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. When he continued to look, his expression changed because he saw Xiaolian. Lord Yun, we've already paid the money 3 months ago. Isn't it supposed to be paid once every 6 months? Why do we still have to pay this time? I hope that Lord Yun will let us off this time. We really can't pay any more. If this goes on, the people in our village will starve to death. The village chief of Gong Village, Wu Lichuan, trembled as he knelt down and begged. Many of the villagers behind him knelt down and begged the group of people to let them go. The group of people in front of them is a group of bandits. The leader is called Yun Tianxing. His cultivation is not low, reaching the 2nd level of spirit refinement realm. The bandits behind him are his subordinates. Their cultivation is above the 4th level of body refinement realm. This group of people's cultivation is not bad, but they don't want to join a sect. After all, there is not enough freedom. If they don't have enough talent, the distribution of resources is pitiful. Being a bandit here is different. They often rob resources. Even if their talent is poor, their cultivation can still rise. The key is to be the king of a mountain. They can rob anything they like. They can rob any girl they like. It's much better than joining a shit sect. Who said we have to pay once every 6 months? We will pay whenever we want. Yun Tianxing glanced at the crowd coldly and said, "Is there anyone else who has any objection? I don't mind taking you back to the village and teaching you a lesson." Most of the people present are old and weak, women and children. There are very few able-bodied men. It is impossible for them to resist. Moreover, they are all cultivators. How can ordinary mortals fight against them? When he said this, many people trembled, but their eyes were filled with anger. They want to resist, but they can't. But we really don't have money. We really can't pay. Yun Tianxing, can you give us some time? After a while, we will pay again. Wu Lichuan knelt down. His old body can't stand the tossing, but Yun Tianxing didn't show any mercy. You can't pay? That's fine. I remember there are a few able-bodied men here. Take them. Yun Tianxing gestured to his men to arrest them. They really have a few able-bodied men here, but they are only 17 or 18 years old. They just grew up not long ago. This scared Wu Lichuan. He quickly got up and said, "We will pay. We will pay." Then he hurriedly gestured to his men to take some money. Then someone took some silver and handed it to Wu Lichuan. Wu Lichuan's body trembled. He raised the silver in his hand and handed it to Yun Tiansheng. Although it's not much, but for this small village, it's quite rich. Yun Tiansheng squinted at him. He didn't take the silver. Instead, he kicked him. With a pung sound, Wu Lichuan flew out and directly vomited blood. Village head. At this time, Wang Dechuan rushed over and hugged Wu Lichuan. He looked at Yun Tiansheng angrily and said, "How can you still hit people? We have already paid the silver." "Why would I hit people? Just now you kept saying that you don't have money. Now look at you," Yun Tiansheng sneered. "It seems that you still have something to hide. Do you think I don't know? I heard that a beautiful girl came back with a lot of silver. Where is she hiding now?" The villager's face turned pale. They don't know who leaked the news? "If you don't want to tell me, then I will kill you first. If you don't tell me where she is, I will kill you one by one until you tell me." Yun Tiansheng took out a long sword and said to Wu Lichuan, "I will start with you, the incompetent village head. If you want to kill the village head, you will have to kill me first." Wang Dechuan stood in front of Wu Lichuan. He is not willing to hand over the village head. He is not afraid of Yun Tiansheng. "Oh, you have a backbone," Yun Tiansheng sneered. "Then I will start with you. Kill him." Immediately, one of the bandits beside him immediately pulled out his sword and rushed towards Wang Dechuan without hesitation. Wang Dechuan didn't even try to dodge. He blocked the sword head-on. Bang! The sword did not hit Wang Dechuan. Instead, the bandit was kicked and flew out. He fell on the ground, unable to get up. "You bunch of bandits. I am here. Don't touch them." Xiao Lian came out of the room and glared at the bandits. Finally, she couldn't help but run out. She couldn't stand it anymore. "Xiao Lian, why did you come out?" Wu Lichuan said in a trembling voice. "If you don't come out, they will kill you." Xiao Lian said angrily, "Oh, very kind. I like it." Yun Tiansheng licked his lips, looked at her, and said, "I heard that you brought back a lot of silver and some pills. Come back with me. I promise I won't hurt you. I will also exempt you from paying for 3 years. How about it?" Chapter 102. Yun Tiansheng's answer made them furious. How can this be a good deal? They didn't protect Gong Village in the first place. Now they want to collect protection fees. Isn't this a scam? Now they want to capture Xiao Lian. Isn't this even worse? Dream on. Sister Xiao, Lian will never go with you. Wang Dechuan stood up angrily, holding a wooden stick in his hand, but this wooden stick is useless to them. Their cultivation is too low. They can crush him with just a finger. Yun Tiansheng completely ignored him, looked at Xiao Lian, and said, "Hurry up and make your choice. If you don't come with me, you will watch them get killed one by one. If you choose to obey me, I can waive the protection fees for 3 years, and I won't continue to capture you." Xiao Lian's cultivation is not weak, but he doesn't put her in his eyes. The gap between their cultivation is too big. He can already see it from the situation just now. Xiao Lian gritted her teeth. Now that things had come to this, she had to make a choice. Otherwise, Yun Tiansheng will really kill them one by one. He can still capture her. There is no other choice. This is the problem of strength. If you are too weak, you will be slaughtered. There is no other choice. Sister Xiao Lian, let's fight them. Even if we die, we can't let them succeed. Wang Dechuan's resolute and handsome face showed a bit of determination. He is afraid of death, but in the face of these bandits who have been oppressing them, his heart is filled with anger. "Oh, you're quite bold, but you can ask her, is your resistance really useful?" Yun Tiansheng said contemptuously, looking down on them. "We would rather die than let Xiao Lian go with you. My son was captured by you. I don't even know if he is dead or alive. I will fight you. Yes, we have been oppressed by you. We have had enough." At this time, the others have stood up. No one chose to kneel down. They are all glaring at them. Of course, they are afraid of death, but if they continue to be oppressed, they are no different from being dead. Don't be so stubborn. Listen to official Yun, and let Xiaolian go with him. This is Xiaolian's good fortune. At this time, a wretched-looking man came out from the crowd, ran all the way to Yun Tianxing's side, and said, "Moreover, we can waive the protection fee for 3 years. This has never happened before. If not for Lord Yun's protection, we would have long been eaten by demonic beasts." "Niu Ji, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wang Dichuan said angrily, "How can they protect us? There are no demon beasts nearby. We don't need their protection." "That's right, Niu Ji. Why are you speaking up for them? Could it be that you were the one who told them about Xiaolian?" At this time, someone immediately guessed what was going on. "Snitch," Niu Ji sneered and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Being trapped here all the time, one will starve to death sooner or later. Furthermore, Xiaolian brought back so many things, yet she only gave us a little. There are still a lot of things that she's unwilling to take out. She's really too stingy." After listening to this, everyone vomited blood. Xiaolian is even more furious. She really didn't take out everything, but she did take out most of the things to distribute, and she really didn't give them anything. So what? She and Niuji are not familiar with each other, so it doesn't matter if she gave or not, but she didn't expect that in the end, there was still a traitor. "No, I didn't expect you to be a traitor." Wu Lichuan was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. "I'm a traitor? Don't talk so much nonsense. I'm doing this for your own good." Niuji sneered and said, "Quickly obey Lord Yun's order. That's the wisest choice. Do you think you can resist Lord Yun? There is no doubt that he is the traitor. He was the one who told them about it. Otherwise, how could Yun Tianxing know about it in such a remote place? No wonder Yun Tianxing came back to collect protection fee. In less than half a year, it was all because of Niuji that he was able to come back so quickly. You, I'll kill you." Wang Dichuan roared with a long stick in his hand. He smashed towards Yi Tianyun, but he was quickly stopped by Xiaolian. "Don't be impulsive. You can't fight them." Xiaolian's eyes are also full of anger. She finally came back and distributed a lot of things to the villagers. She didn't expect to find a traitor, and a very dissatisfied traitor. But it's useless to say anything now. Xiaolian knows that this matter won't end easily. Yun Tianxing is so strong, she can't resist. "It seems that you're quite sensible. Tell me your final choice. To be honest, my patience is limited." Yun Tianxing looked down at them. His eyes are full of disdain. Xiaolian looked back at the villagers, finally gritted her teeth, and said, "Well, I promise you." She has no choice, so what if she refuses? In front of a strong person, she can't refuse. If she refuses, the villagers will die. "Xiaolian, don't go with them. You bunch of bastards, I'll kill you." At this time, a middle-aged man with a cane ran out of the house, limping, not fast, but after a few steps, he fell to the ground. "Father!" Xiaolian hurriedly ran to her father and helped him up. "Father, why did you come out? Didn't you want to stay in the room and rest?" "I didn't expect her to be his daughter. I remember breaking your leg before. I'm sorry. I didn't know that you are her father. If I knew, I would have been merciful." Yun Tianxing showed a cruel smile. He has no intention to repent. "But since you have chosen to go with me, I will leave you some medicine." Xiaolian's body trembled. She naturally knew her father's condition. His leg was broken because of Yun Tianxing, not because of a serious illness. Old Lu, it's your daughter's fortune to be able to leave with Lord Yun. Why must you be so stubborn?" Niuji chuckled. His wretched expression made others want to give him a slap. "You traitor, get out of here." Old Lu said angrily, Don't let me see you again, or I will kill you. I don't know who will fight who, and I will go back with Yun Darren. How can I stay in this broken village? No, she said with an arrogant look. He betrayed Yun Tiansheng as a traitor, as compensation. Yun Tiansheng took him in. That's why he is so confident. A group of people looked at Niu Ji angrily. Their Gong village. How can there be such a scum? It's almost time. It's time to go. Yun Tiansheng said. Xiaoyan's body trembled. She immediately signaled the other villagers to help her take her father back. She immediately stood up and walked towards Yun Tiansheng. Sister Xiaoyan, don't go. Xiaoyan, come back quickly. Don't go. I will stop them. At this time, Yun Tiansheng's men quickly stopped them. They pushed them back. They can't resist at all. Father, you have to take care. Xiaoyan's eyes are red. She can only make this sacrifice. Looking at this scene, Yun Tiansheng showed a happy smile. He likes to see this kind of situation the most. I want to see who dares to take you away. At this time, a familiar voice came from outside. Everyone looked up and saw a handsome young man standing outside. His eyes were cold. Chapter 103. Xiao Lian didn't expect Yi Tianyan to really come. Originally, she wanted to say that there are a lot of bandits here, and she wanted Yi Tianyan to help clear them, but she didn't say it in the end. In addition to the growing gap between them, she felt a sense of inferiority. Yi Tianyan is very busy, so she didn't dare to say it. Now, when Yi Tianyan appeared in front of her, she couldn't help but burst into tears. At this most critical moment, Yi Tianyan appeared. This is the same as when Jade Palace was in danger. He appeared in front of her. But that was for Jade Palace. This time it's for herself. Yi Tianyan walked in with cold eyes, glanced at the group of people. He understood the situation here. Fortunately, he came quickly. Otherwise, Xiao Lian would have been taken away. Ding. Do you wish to accept the random quest, Xiao Lian's Worry? Protect Gong Village? Reward. 50,000 experience points, 30 prestige points, 50 favorability points from Lu Minglian, 100 favorability points from all villagers in Gong Village. Accept. He didn't hear what the quest is, but when he heard Xiao Lian's Worry, protect Gong Village, he didn't hesitate to accept it. I'd like to see who can take you away. Yi Tianyan looked at them coldly. When he appeared, everyone was stunned, and immediately the bandits burst into laughter. They didn't expect to see a hero. I was wondering who it was. I didn't expect to see a little kid, not even fully grown hair, trying to be a hero. Do you want to be a hero and let Xiao Lian marry you? Niu Ji sneered. He didn't put Yi Tianyan in his eyes at all. Yun Tiansheng is the same. He can't see through Yi Tianyan's cultivation. He can't see his depth. He completely treated him as an ordinary person. He came here to show off his power. I don't know where this little white face came from. Kill him. Yun Tiansheng reached out his hand and motioned his men to kill him. Following that, his subordinates rushed forward with their blades, and without hesitation, they aimed at Yi Tianyan's body, aiming for his heart. The other villagers couldn't bear to look at this scene, so they turned their heads to the side. Yi Tianyan's eyes turned cold, and he ruthlessly kicked the bandit with his leg. Bang! The bandit was kicked into the forest, and there was no more sound. Ding! Successfully kill bandit. Get 600 EXP, 80 crazy point. Killing these small fries. Not only the experience is low, but also the crazy point is too low. For him now, it was meaningless. However, he didn't care about the experience points. What he cared about was how to kill these bastards. He walked over step by step, and with just one kick, he made a person disappear. The terrifying power immediately shocked them. This is not bad. I advise you to obediently kneel down and beg for mercy. When Yun Darren beat you up, you will know what regret is. Niu Ji didn't forget to flatter Yun Tiansheng. Yun Tiansheng was flattered by Yi Tianyun's flattery. He looked at Yi Tianyun with contempt and said arrogantly, "It seems that your cultivation is not bad, but it's not worth mentioning in front of me. I will give you a chance to become my subordinate. Join me, you will be more beautiful than her. You can enjoy her however you want. You are strong. It is not worth it to die for her. For me, it is not worth it to play with her a few times." Say that again. These words suddenly made his voice become extremely cold, like a world of ice and snow raging around, killing intense surge from his eyes. Yi Tianyun's voice was cold. The anger in his heart was released from his eyes through killing intent. He stared at Yun Tiansheng. "Yo, your temper is quite big. Yun Darren accepted you as a subordinate. That is your blessing." Niu Ji saw Yun Tianxing full of confidence. He continued to flatter him. "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The power of Dragon's treasure stronghold is not as simple as it seems. You can never imagine how terrifying Dragon's treasure stronghold is. I will give you one last chance. Obey or die." Yun Tianxing narrowed his eyes at Yi Tianyun. He didn't have time to be long-winded. If not for Yi Tianyun's ability, he really didn't want to talk too much. "Is that so? I only give you one choice, that is to die," Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yun Tianxing's eyes flashed coldly. He slowly walked towards Yi Tianyun and sneered, "I didn't expect you to have such courage. You dare to say such words to me. You have no chance. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy, you will die." As soon as his voice fell, Yun Tianxing waved his hand and turned it into an eagle claw. He rushed towards Yi Tianyun. The ground slightly sunk. After releasing his spiritual power, Yun Tianxing stomped on the ground, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. He leaped high like a giant eagle and then aimed at Yi Tianyun's head with his claws. He wants to kill Yi Tianyun. Very good eagle claw. If you are caught by this sharp claw, even a hard head will be crushed. Yi Tianyun is like a fool. He stood motionless in the same place, looking up at Yun Tianxing coming towards his head. "Ha! That kid is scared silly. Fighting with Yun Darren is courting death." Niu Ji laughed loudly. The villagers behind Yi Tianyun didn't dare to look at Yun Tianxing because they have seen Yun Tianxing's attack. No matter what he does, he will definitely die. Quiet as a virgin, quick as a rabbit. "Come here." Yi Tianyun's eyes burst with light. He waved his hand like lightning with an even faster speed. He grabbed Yun Tianxing's wrist and threw him to the ground. Bang! Yun Tianxing was heavily hit on the ground. He almost fainted. The power of this throw is amazing. He almost lost his life. He is still alive, but he felt that several of his bones are broken. Practicing the garbage eagle claw, this is all you got, and you still want to show off in front of me. Yi Tianyun saw through Yun Tianxing's martial art. This is not a popular martial art. He didn't know where he found it, but he just happened to practice it. So he can achieve this level of achievement, but it is still not popular. In this broken place, how can he find a good martial art? Moreover, his cultivation was not high to begin with. Your cultivation. Yun Tianxing, who almost fainted from the fall, was scared out of his wits. Just now, when Yi Tianyun attacked him, he immediately knew that he kicked an iron plate, a very thick iron plate. His foundation is much stronger than his. Crack! What answered him was not words, but Yi Tianyun twisted his arm, abruptly broke his arm. Suddenly he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Chapter 104. Where's your domineering attitude from before? Yi Tianyun stepped on his arm and looked at him coldly. Please let me go. I was just talking nonsense just now. Please let me go. Just treat me as a fart and let me go." Yun Tianxing screamed in pain. The pain in his arm made him sweat profusely. He almost fainted, but Yi Tianyun is very good at controlling himself. He won't let Yun Tianxing faint, so he can't enjoy the pain. "Then your fart really stinks me." Yi Tianyun's eyes were cold, as he lifted his foot and stomped down hard, breaking his other arm. The degree of ruthlessness left everyone dumbfounded. No one could imagine that a youth would do such a thing. No one knew that when Yi Tianyan was protecting Jade Palace, he killed many of them with his blade, and no one knew how many people he killed. Yun Tianxing screamed again, but he didn't faint. He kept kicking his legs to relieve the severe pain. When they looked up again, Niu Ji and the others were scared silly. Their mouths were wide open, and they didn't know what to do. "It's your turn now. Are you ready?" Yi Tianyan's eyes were cold. Yi Tianyan's words scared them out of their wits. They turned around and ran into the forest, hating their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. They know that if they don't escape now, they will end up like Yun Tiansheng. They don't want to lose their arms. It's no different from dying. Trying to escape, Yi Tianyan's eyes turned cold. He stomped on the ground like a wild beast, and the ground shook under his stomp. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to Niu Ji. The 2 of them were not even on the same level. Niu Ji turned his head, and when he saw Yi Tianyan's murderous intent, he felt his crotch was wet, and he almost peed himself. His legs immediately went soft, and he rolled forward. After rolling a few rounds, he quickly got up and cried, "My lord, we were wrong. We shouldn't have provoked you. We'll do anything for you. Please let us go." He kept kowtowing, hoping to get forgiveness from Yi Tianyan's mouth, but Yi Tianyan's answer was a heavy kick on his chest. With a bang sound, he flew out like a ball and was kicked back to the village. His injury was not serious because he wanted the people of Gong Village to deal with him personally. The rest of Yun Tianxing's men were much easier to deal with. They chased after them, and with a few kicks, they were all sent flying and lying on the ground. No one knows if they are still alive or not. In fact, when the system notification popped up, Yun Tianxing knew that they were dead, and all of them turned into insignificant EXP and flowed into the system. When he came back, Yun Tianxing was still rolling on the ground in pain. The feeling of broken bones in his arm is not so good. Many of the timid villagers did not dare to look at him, but many of them were happy, and most of them felt relieved. Please let me go." Yun Tianxing endured the pain. He knew that he could not resist. He was just a fish on the chopping block. Whether he lives or dies depends on Yi Tianyan's mood. "When you said that, you should have thought of the end result," Yi Tianyan said coldly. "You played with me once, and then threw me away. Who do you think Xiao Lian is? You trash. Even if you die 100 times, you will not be able to appease my anger." I was just kidding," Yun Tianxing said regretfully. If he knew that Yi Tianyan was so strong, he wouldn't have done such a stupid thing. "Oh, that's a funny joke." Yi Tianyan kicked Yun Tianxing back to the village. Just like Niu Ji, he also went back to the village. Then he looked up at the other villagers and said, "I am Xiao Lian's younger brother. This time I came to help solve the problem. The rest of them will be dealt with by you. You can do whatever you want." "Younger brother?" They looked at each other. Since when did Lu Minglian have a younger brother? None of them knew this. But now they have surrounded Niu Ji and Yun Tianxing. The anger in their eyes, coupled with the weapons in their hands, this is a terrible thing. I am doing this for the village. It has nothing to do with me." Niu Ji looked at the villagers surrounding them, then looked at Wang Dichuan, who was holding a long stick. His heart trembled. Where is the arrogance from before? Now he is just a fart. "I suspect that the previous situation in Gong Village was leaked by you. That's why we kept coming here to collect protection fees. No matter what kind of elixir we dug up, it will eventually be leaked to the outside world. At that time, we suspected that there was a traitor in the village. I didn't expect it to be you." Wang Dichuan angrily said, "You 2 bastards, go to hell." The group of villagers waved the wooden sticks in their hands and smashed them one after another. All of them were beaten to death by this group of sticks. He hit him as hard as he could. He was beating him to death, venting all the anger he had accumulated over the past few days. Yi Tianyun came in front of Lu Minglian, but he usually doesn't call her full name. He always calls her Sister Xiao Lian. Sister Xiao Lian, it seems that you are not honest. You didn't tell us what happened. Yi Tianyun said with a straight face, if he was slower, the result would have been completely different. I saw that young master was too busy. I didn't dare. Xiao Lian kept wiping her tears with the back of her hand. When she saw Yi Tianyun came, she suddenly loosened her grip. Her legs slightly softened. She fell forward, fell into Yi Tianyun's arms. He hugged her. If something happened to you, do you think Aunt won't be angry? Yi Tianyun can imagine. Sure, Shuiyun for Xiao Lian. In a fit of anger, she will also clean up that so-called dragon's treasure stronghold. But after cleaning up, if Xiao Lian is tainted, what can she do? But it seems that I didn't express my words clearly before. You are already like our family, so don't bury your words in your heart. Say it out loud, okay? Yi Tianyun sighed and said, if something happens to you, we will always be sad. Do you think you are worthy of us? Young master. Xiao Lian's tears kept flowing when she promised to go back with them. Her heart was full of despair. After all, once they go, they will not be able to come back, and the things they will face can be imagined how tragic it is. Ding successfully completed the task. Reward 50,000 experience points, 30 prestige points. Lu Minglian's favorability points increased by 50 points. All villagers' favorability points increased by 100 points. The reward immediately came out. He easily completed the task, but in his heart, he was not happy. Chapter 105. Ahem, Xiaolian, can't you introduce to us who this young hero is? Wu Lichuan and the others came over and saw that Xiao Lian was still in Yi Tianyun's arms. A smile appeared on their faces. They all saw Yi Tianyun's performance just now. He helped them get revenge, so he must be a good person. Ah! Lu Minglian hurriedly got up from Yi Tianyun's arms. Her pretty face is full of red. She just fell into Yi Tianyun's arms. Now she was seen. It's very embarrassing. This is young master, the young master of Jade Palace. Lu Minglian hurriedly explained. Young master of Jade Palace? They are at a loss. They don't know much about this kind of thing. They are too far away from here. And besides farming here, they don't do anything else, so they don't know much about the outside world. They also don't know what kind of forces there are outside. At most, they know that there is a dragon's treasure stronghold that controls the village here. I remember, it is the place where Sister Xiao Lian joined. I didn't expect Jade Palace to send people to support us. Wang Dichuan patted his thigh excitedly. He walked over and said, Big brother, you are so powerful. Can you teach me? If I can be as powerful as you, no one can bully Gong Village. Dichuan, what are you thinking? Is it that easy to cultivate? And young master's martial arts can't be taught casually. Lu Minglian glared at him. Wang Dichuan scratched his head and said, I just said it casually. I don't know much about the rules over there. It's okay. I will teach you later. But you have to practice hard. You can't give up halfway. Yi Tianyun laughed. Really, really? Wang Dichuan was shocked. Of course it's true. Do you think I will lie? Yi Tianyun smiled. Of course not. You are our savior. If it weren't for your appearance, Sister Xiaolian would have been captured by that beast. Wang Dichuan laughed. But at this time, Wu Lichuan suddenly patted his head and hastily said, Young hero, I advise you to leave quickly. If the dragon's treasure strongholds people come, you won't be able to escape. We're preparing to evacuate. We can't stay here any longer. The other people's happy expressions immediately sank, and their faces were full of worry. They didn't want to leave their homes. After all, they didn't have much money on hand, so it was quite difficult for them to go out. Most importantly, their sons were captured and sent to the dragon's treasure stronghold. Now, It was unknown whether they were alive or dead, but none of them were willing to leave. All of them hoped that the dragon's treasure stronghold would release their sons, so they had been waiting here. Who knew that several years had passed, and they still hadn't released him. Instead, they had been capturing people, but they hadn't released him. Why should I leave? It's just the dragon's treasure stronghold. I'll just uproot it and help you rescue your people. Tianyan smiled. As soon as these words came out, they were shocked and speechless for a long time. They don't have any concept of cultivation. They only know that the dragon's treasure stronghold is very strong, and Yun Tiansheng is just one of them. There are many people in the dragon's treasure stronghold. How can a single person fight against them? This young hero, I advise you not to go. The dragon's treasure stronghold is too strong. I heard that there is a strong cultivator who is even more powerful than Yun Tiansheng. Wu Lichuan shook his head and sighed. Young hero, although you are strong, can you fight against a group of people? You were able to save us just now. That's enough. We can't let you die for our own sake. The other villagers nodded. They don't think that Tianyan is very strong, so they don't want Tianyan to die. Tianyan turned to look at Lu Minglian and said with a faint smile, Sister Xiaolian, are the people in the dragon's treasure stronghold very strong? Lu Minglian thought for a moment, then immediately shook her head and said, This is not very clear, but is young master really willing to help clean up this dragon's treasure stronghold? Yes, since I'm here, Sister Xiaolian's problem is also my problem. So after I completely clean up this dragon's treasure stronghold, you don't have to worry about the future. Tianyan said indifferently. This is the justice of the heavens. Since they have done so much evil, then I will clean them up in the name of the heavens. Ding, successfully accepted Destroy Dragon's Treasure Stronghold quest after completion. Reward 150,000 EXP, 10. 0, 0, 0 crazy point, 100 prestige point. A new side quest popped up. It happens to be the task of destroying Dragon's Treasure Stronghold. Not only can it increase crazy point, but also increase prestige point by 100. The previous side quest gave him a dozen prestige point, but this time it gave him a lot of prestige point. Obviously, doing more good deeds. The reward will definitely increase prestige point, which he likes very much. After all, the effect of increasing prestige point is too much. As long as the value increases, even if he doesn't have luck aura, he will still be very lucky. The village chief and the others looked at each other. Although it is good to help in dealing with Dragon's Treasure Stronghold, but if they die for it, they will feel guilty. Okay, I will go with young master. Lu Minglian was silent for a moment, then nodded. I will also go with you. Kill those bastards. I also want to go. My son was caught. I only have one life now. I will fight them. The other villagers immediately became excited. It is not that they are not afraid of death, but thinking that their son was caught for so long, they have long wanted to fight, but there is no one to lead them. There is no need. I will bring Sister Xiaolian. You guys just wait here for the news. Tianyan said with a smile. Everything will go smoothly. I think this dragon's treasure stronghold will not be stronger than the 3 major forces, right? Lu Minglian's body shook and immediately said excitedly, Yes, definitely not as strong as the 3 major forces. The 3 major forces were slaughtered by Tianyan, let alone a trivial dragon's treasure stronghold. Then what are you worried about? The 2 of us are enough, Tianyan said with a smile. Of course, I will bring you to help save people, but also to witness the destruction of Dragon's treasure stronghold by me. He doesn't need to inquire about the news. He knows that Dragon's treasure stronghold is definitely not that strong. If it is stronger than the 3 major forces, it would already be famous. At most 1 or 2 cultivators with good cultivation, it can't be that strong. Yes, Lu Minglian's eyes are shining. Thinking of Tianyan's figure, she nodded vigorously. Her eyes are full of worship. thinking of Tianyun, who has been suppressed for a long time. Now he has become so strong, she is even more gratified. Looking at their confidence, Wu Lichuan, and the others look at each other. They don't know what to say. Xiaoyan, are you sure you will be okay? Old Lu walked over with a cane, looking worried. Dad, there is no problem. He is the young master of our Jade Palace. He is very powerful. He can definitely help us eradicate Dragon's treasure stronghold. Let us live in peace forever. Lu Minglian's tone is sonorous, very convincing. Chapter 106. After preparing for a while, they will set off immediately. If Yun Tianxing doesn't return for too long, it will definitely make them suspicious. So while they don't know what's going on, Yi Qianyun's plan is to kill them all in one go. Dragon's treasure stronghold is in front of us. Lu Minglian pointed at the stronghold in front of her. Her eyes are full of anger. This is the place that gave them an indelible memory. Yi Tianyun doesn't need Lu Minglian to say anything. He can see the dragon's treasure stronghold, not far away. The entire mountain is surrounded. It looks like an impenetrable castle. There are guards on the side to see if there are any intruders. Okay, then let's go. Yi Tianyun said. Just like that. Lu Minglian is startled. This is the front of the stronghold. Won't they have to face a lot of bandits? Yes, let's go through the front gate. Yi Tianyun walked up and said indifferently, Don't go more than 2 meters away from me. Just follow me. Lu Minglian nodded. She didn't say anything. She completely obeys Yi Qianyun's order. When they just got close to the dragon's treasure stronghold, the guard on the gate immediately saw Yi Tianyun and said, You don't know that if you come close to the dragon's treasure stronghold, you will be severely punished. Then he pulled the bow in his hand, aimed at Yi Tianyun and Lu Minglian, and said, Don't move. Don't think about leaving. If you move even a little bit, I don't mind nailing them to the ground with my bow. Just getting close to the dragon's treasure stronghold is equivalent to being captured. They can't even walk away. Yi Tianyun didn't even look at him. He just threw a stone. And with a xiao sound, the stone penetrated the man's head. Ding! Successfully killed dragon's treasure stronghold guard. Gained 400 EXP, 30 crazy point. This is a pitiful amount, but there is no other way. These guards have low cultivation. Killing them doesn't give any EXP. He did not even use his lucky halo. There was no need for that at all. Lu Minglian was dumbfounded when she saw that a stone could kill someone. She had only seen it secretly before, and it had always been hidden in the dark. Because her cultivation was too low, she was always hiding at the back. She would only be a burden if she came out. Now that he was watching from the side, he finally felt how domineering Yi Tianyun was. Killing someone with just a stone was a piece of cake for someone of his cultivation, especially when the opponent's cultivation was so weak. This was the difference in cultivation. Sister Xiaolian, let's go. Yi Tianyun walked over and came to the gate. Suddenly, the chaotic heaven's sacred axe appeared in his hand. It was almost as tall as a person. The huge axe blade was sharp. As soon as he took it out and put it on the ground, a deep pit was formed. This chaotic heaven's sacred axe weighed several thousand kilograms. Without enough strength, it was impossible to lift it. Ding! Activating chaotic heaven suit attribute increase. Increase defense by 2 times, speed by 3 times, damage by 2 times. Originally, he had been wearing the chaotic heaven divine armor and the chaotic heaven combat boots. On the surface, it was not visible because he had hidden them. However, he could not hide his weapons. When the chaotic heaven sacred axe was taken out, his strength instantly increased, and his aura surged. Sometimes to kill a chicken, you have to use a butcher's knife. Then Yi Tianyun raised the chaotic heaven's sacred axe, aimed at the thick gate in front of him, and fiercely chopped down. A sharp saber light erupted from the chaotic heaven's sacred axe and blasted out. Boom! The thick gate, under the heavy blow of the axe, directly blasted a big hole. After the sharp saber light penetrated the gate, it continued to penetrate forward, leaving a deep ravine on the ground inside. It looked like a crack had appeared on the ground. Eteonyon lifted his foot and walked in. What came into view were many houses. In addition, he saw many people farming in the distance or hanging up. Their bodies were full of injuries, and it looked shocking. There were many people, and a considerable part of them were obviously ordinary people. The judgment was very simple. Yi Tianyun's appraisal eyes took in all the situation. With one look at such low combat power, he knew the situation. Sister Shaolian. It's Sister Shaolian. It's really Sister Shaolian. When the group of people on the side saw Lu Minglian, they all raised their heads and looked at her in shock. They did not expect Lu Minglian to appear here. Xiaodong, Xiaoyun, she covered her mouth. They were all injured, and there were also many injuries on their faces. They looked as terrifying as a few centipedes crawling on their faces. In addition, there are a lot of people that Eteonyon knew, but they didn't seem to be in good condition. But there are also a lot of people that Eteonyon didn't know, but they were all imprisoned, their feet were shackled, and walking is a problem. Some of them were even worse. They were whipped by the bandits. And because they broke in, they stopped. Who are you people? The guards immediately reacted and quickly picked up the weapons at hand and rushed over. Nothing, just the people who killed you. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. His body rushed forward and suddenly waved his saber. A sharp saber light swept out. They didn't react. They were cut in half by this terrifying saber light. For a time, blood splashed everywhere, sprinkled all over the ground. Ding successfully killed a bandit, gained 700 EXP, 80 crazy point. Ding, success. These bandits' cultivation is not high. They are all in the 6th or 7th level of body refinement realm. But soon, a spirit refinement realm cultivator rushed out, and when he saw the domineering Eteonyon, he was scared. There is an intruder. Hurry, inform the leaders. The cultivator, who rushed out, hurriedly shouted. At this time, someone immediately sounded the alarm. The bell kept ringing and spread throughout the mountain. Dragon's treasure village has a total of 2 gates. Many people are on the other side. So when the alarm was sounded, they immediately came to rescue. What's the situation? Immediately, someone ran out of the house on the side. He looked around nervously, and finally his eyes fell on Eteonyon and Lu Minglian. He said angrily, "Who are you two? How dare you break into Dragon's treasure village and disturb this uncle's fun? You are courting death." He roared. The aura of the 6th level of spirit refinement realm burst out. He picked up a long saber and was ready to kill Eteonyon. Eteonyon did not move. His eyes flashed with cold light. He swung the chaotic heaven's sacred axe forward. A saber light slashed forward. The bandit didn't react. He was pierced by the saber light. The remaining saber light slashed into the house behind him, accompanied by a loud bang. The whole house collapsed. After being slashed, the bandit fell to the ground. His blood scattered on the ground. He is dead. Chapter 107. Yi Tianyun's murderous aura shocked everyone. The bandits were scared to death. They have never seen such a terrifying god of slaughter. Just one slash was enough to kill their hallmaster, easily splitting him into 2 halves. Immediately, Eteonyon rushed forward, obviously carrying such a huge axe, but like a gust of wind, he sprinted forward quickly, aiming at the front, just relying on the blade bursting out of the axe blade. It is enough to sweep everything in its path. If one slash can't solve it, then 2 slashes will do. Aha, run! Demon, absolute demon, run away. They are all crazy, running in all directions, but their speed can't outrun Eteonyon's attack. With a flash of cold light, they fell to the ground, no longer moving. They turned into experience and crazy point pouring into Eteonyon's brain. In the blink of an eye, the place was filled with the smell of blood. The people who were standing before are already lying down. The remaining few scattered, injured, lying on the ground. Fortunately, they were not split in half. At this time, someone ran out from one of the collapsed houses. However, it was a woman covered in scars. She ran out from the collapsed house. Her body was wrapped in a sheet. Her face was full of horror and humiliation. When she saw Yi Tianyan and Xiao Lian, she suddenly froze. Sister Xiao Lian, Meng Hua? When Lu Minglian saw the woman in front of her, she was stunned on the spot. At this time, suddenly someone grabbed Meng Hua, strangled her neck, and dragged her back. The person who did this was none other than the bandit, who had luckily escaped a fatal blow. Taking advantage of this gap, he quickly grabbed Meng Hua and placed his bloody palm on her neck. Blood immediately dyed her neck red. Don't come over. If you come over, I will kill her." The bandit's face was pale, holding a short sword in his hand, stuck on Meng Hua's neck. "Don't do anything." Lu Minglian's heart tightened. She reached out to the bandit not to mess around. "Don't worry about me. Young hero, hurry up and kill them. Avenge me and the other villagers." Meng Hua's tears continuously fell. Ever since she had been captured and brought here, she had been continuously humiliated. Her heart had already collapsed. "Shut up, bitch." The bandit covered Meng Hua's mouth, preventing her from speaking. He was worried that Yi Tianyan wouldn't care about Meng Hua's life and death and would slash at him. He didn't want to die, so he could only use Meng Hua as a shield. And Meng Hua was not afraid of the saber against her neck at all. She began to struggle, wanting to break free from the bandit's hand covering her mouth. Meng Hua. Tears continuously fell from Lu Minglian's eyes. This was her childhood playmate. She didn't think that they had already reached such a stage. She wanted to get closer, but she couldn't. Then she felt a gust of wind blow past her, and the bandit was sent flying with a bloody hole in his head. Yi Tianyun's hand was still in the throwing position. It was obvious that he had thrown another stone. "No one can escape, and you won't get hurt." Yi Tianyun patted Lu Minglian's shoulder and said, "Sister Xiao Lian, I'll leave this place to you. I'll take care of the rest. The bandits here have been completely cleaned up. What's left is the bandits in the second half of the mountain, and the leaders are there." When he rushed forward, a strong, murderous aura came from a distance, followed by 3 people rushing towards him. Each of them was not weak. The weakest was at 8th or 9th level of spirit refinement realm. The leader was at 2nd level of core condensation realm. He didn't expect that there would be a strong cultivator at core condensation realm in such a small village. It was really unexpected. "Who are you?" "The leader of Dragon's treasure stronghold, Long Batian." The 3 people are the 3 leaders of Dragon's treasure stronghold. The leader is Long Batian, and the other 2 are Long Hun and Long Quan Tian, the 3 brothers of Long Clan. Long Batian, cultivation 2nd level of core condensation. Weapon is Long Quan Dao, a high-grade spirit tool, wearing a middle-grade spirit tool armor. Combat power is 18,000. His weakness is his left foot, which was injured before, so it's easy to defeat him. Possible items for killing are Buddha Kill Palm, high-grade human level martial art, Feng Tian Dao, Long Hun Tian, cultivation 1st level of core condensation. Weapon is Tyrant Tian Dao, a high-grade spirit tool, wearing a middle-grade spirit tool armor. Combat power is 16,000. His weakness is his chest, so it's easy to defeat him. Possible items for killing are Buddha Kill Palm, Feng Tian Dao, Long Quan Tian, cultivation 8th level of spirit refinement. Weapon is detailed data is listed. All 3 of them are holding a broadsword, which is a high-grade spirit tool. Their equipment is also not low, which is a middle-grade spirit tool. This made Yi Tianyan a little surprised. He thought that in this remote place there would be at most someone at 7th or 8th level of spirit refinement. But now, not only there is a core condensation cultivator, but there are also many good weapons. This is really unexpected. He didn't expect to be so rich hiding here, surrounded by a dilapidated mountain village. Where is the money coming from? I'm here to kill you. Tianyun turned into a sharp light and rushed out. He doesn't need to use crazy mode at all. Just the attribute bonus of the set is enough to kill them in seconds. Xiao, he carried the giant axe and rushed forward. Under the rapid sprint, there are countless footprints on the ground, all of which were pressed down by the heavy giant axe. Although the giant axe is heavy, its speed is not slow. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them. There is no need to use any martial art at all. Relying solely on the power of the weapon and his own attribute, it is enough to sweep everything in front of him. Retreat. The berserk power frightened the three of them. Long Batian hurriedly retreated, but Long Quantian, who had the lowest cultivation base, was too slow. The sweeping giant axe easily chopped him in half at the waist. Long Quantian let out a miserable shriek as he fell to the ground. Even the sturdy armor on his body was unable to withstand the terrifying blade, Aura, and was cut into two. Ding successfully killed Long Quantian, gained 32,000 EXP, 800 crazy point, got Buddha kill palm, Feng Tiandao. Third brother. When the other two saw this, they roared. Their guts were about to explode, and their anger immediately surged. You bastard, I'll kill you. Long Hun roared and swung his sky-dominating blade at Tianyun fiercely. A violent aura was released from Long Hun's body, and it was as if a tiger had emerged from his body and rushed towards Tianyun. Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he swung his axe to meet the attack head-on. A cold light flashed, and Dragon Soul Sky's dominating heaven blade was sent flying. When he landed on the ground, both of his arms were smashed to pieces, and there was a deep cut on his body. Chapter 108, Second Brother. Long Batian hurriedly ran over and saw Long Hun Tian on the verge of death. Long Hun Tian's face was pale. Just one strike from Tianyun was enough to make him seriously injured. Long Hun Tian's body was twitching, blood was splashing everywhere, and his eyes were turning white. It seems that you have a deep brotherly bond. Did you ever think about other people's sisterly bond or father-son bond when you did your evil deeds? Tianyun's expression is cold. Especially after seeing the situation of the dream flower, it made his heart even colder. Although he had already expected these things, he still felt extremely disgusted and angry when he saw it. Long Batian gritted his teeth and glared at Tianyun, then turned around and ran away, ignoring Long Hun Tian. Want to leave? Tianyun carried the Chaotic Heaven Holy Axe and chased after Long Hun Tian. Don't even think of running away. From today onwards, Dragon's Treasure Stronghold will never exist. Long Batian was sweating profusely and shouted, Old Ancestor, save me! Old Ancestor? Tianyun didn't pay any attention to Long Batian. He swung the Chaotic Heaven Holy Axe straight at Long Batian. Long Batian felt the danger behind him, so he quickly turned around and waved the Dragon Spring Saber in his hand to block the attack. But how could a high-grade spirit tool deal with a soul tool? The gap is not small. Dang! Under his furious slash, the Dragon Spring Saber was split into two. It was as if he was chopping a piece of bamboo, and he was also chopped into two halves. Long Batian's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. His eyes widened, and he fell to the ground, filled with unwillingness. Deep in his eyes, he was filled with regret. Ding successfully killed Long Batian, gain 48,000 EXP, 2200 Crazy Point. Falling Cloud Armor, middle grade Spirit Tool. Killing Soul Blade, upper grade Spirit Tool. Ding, successfully killed Long Hun Tian, gained 42,000 EXP, 2,100 Crazy Point. Heaven Cloud Armor, middle grade Spirit Tool. Falling Rise Blade, upper grade Spirit Tool. Quite a lot of items were dropped. Killing a cultivator of this level would definitely require the activation of Crazy Experience Mode and the activation of Lucky Halo. These level of weapons and armors don't mean much to him, but he can sell them for Crazy Points, so he can't waste them. They are worth thousands of Crazy Points. At the same time, he also collected Longbations and the others' items. Apart from the system drops, the items in the real world could also be sold for money, which was double the amount of money. Just as he finished cleaning up the area, the sky suddenly became oppressive, and a black fog shrouded the entire dragon's treasure stronghold. "Who are you?" At that moment, an old man appeared at the side. He was shrouded in a black fog, seemingly connected to the ground. It was an extremely strange sight. Tianyun looked up at him, and detailed data immediately appeared in front of him. Old Ancestor, Hey Hun, peak of core condensation stage. Controls the underground black dragon spiritual vein. Possesses the power of the black dragon. Overall combat power is 210,000. Martial art, black dragon divine art, soul destruction palm. Weakness is the underground black soul dragon vein. Breaking the connection between the black soul dragon vein will reduce his strength by half. Possible drops: black dragon divine art, soul destruction palm, black dragon spiritual vein crystal. Old Ancestor, Hey Hun, controls the underground black dragon spiritual vein. Dragon's treasure stronghold. No wonder there are so many treasures here. So many experts. It seems like this is to cover up the existence of the black dragon spiritual vein. Tianyun looked at the analysis in front of him and immediately understood the ins and outs of the situation. It turns out that this dragon's treasure stronghold is to cover up the existence of the black soul dragon vein. But what is the situation of the black soul dragon vein if he doesn't know about it? He really doesn't know. "I'm just passing by and saw the bandits doing evil here. I'm just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens." Tianyun looked at him. He didn't rush to attack. He just wanted to see what this guy's situation is. Enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. In this chaotic world, it's enough to survive, but you still want to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? Old Ancestor, Hey Hun's face was full of disdain. He coldly snorted and said, "You're so young, but your cultivation is unfathomable. I presume your background is not small. Seeing that your cultivation is not bad, I will make you my general. I will give you endless glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. Also, I will give you unimaginable cultivation. Let you go one step further." "Based on what?" Tianyun smiled. "What proof do you have just based on your mouth?" "Based on the black soul dragon vein, under my feet." Old Ancestor, Hey Hun didn't hide anything. His dark eyes looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "As long as you become my general, I will let you absorb the black soul dragon vein. It will greatly increase your cultivation speed. It will be several times faster than cultivating outside. When our cultivation reaches a higher level, we will establish our own sect. At that time, no one will dare to provoke us." Old Ancestor Hey Hun's arrogant expression had been eroded by the black soul dragon vein. He felt that having the black soul dragon vein was already invincible. "Then what do you want me to do?" Tianyun asked. "Capture more cultivators, whether they are mortals or cultivators. I want them all." Old Ancestor Hey Hun said with a sinister smile, "Offer them to the black soul dragon vein. Only in this way, the black dragon force will be continuously produced, greatly increasing our cultivation speed." "So this is the reason why you captured so many people. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the heavens?" Tianyun's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was already a killing maniac, whether good or bad. Old ancestor, Hei Hun wanted to capture them all. Wrath of the heavens. In this place, I am the heavens. No one can escape from my control. Old ancestor, Hei Hun, looked at him coldly. Make your choice. If you want to become my general, take this pill. He stretched out his palm. A pitch-black pill appeared in the palm of his hand. Tianyan looked at it. Using the appraisal eye, he could clearly see what it was. Black heart pill. After a period of time, after taking it, you will be poisoned. It will be worse than death. It turned out that this was a poison pill. In fact, it was a type of control pill. When poisoned, it will be worse than death. Only by taking the antidote can the poison be alleviated. Once the antidote is removed, you will be dead. Before dying, you will have to suffer a fate worse than death. What if I refuse? Tianyan said indifferently. Do you think I'll let you go after telling you so many secrets? If you refuse, then I don't mind making you a tribute to the black soul dragon vein. Old ancestor, Hei Hun said in a deep voice. As soon as his voice fell, countless black gas emerged from the ground, wrapped around him like a pitch-black cage, tightly surrounding him. There was no way out. He never thought that there would be such a strong expert in this remote and desolate place. There would be a black soul dragon vein. It was really strange. Chapter 109. Tianyan looked at the black mist surrounding him. He can't escape unless he can fly. Otherwise, he can't escape from here at all. But he did not panic at all. He lifted the chaotic heaven's sacred axe and slashed down at the black fog that was wrapping around him. The crazy saber light slashed forward, and a deep crack appeared on the ground. Then, the surrounding black fog was split into two by this overbearing saber light, and a gap was created. Just because of this, Tianyan looked indifferent and didn't care at all. Old ancestor, Hei Hun's pupils shrank as he looked at the giant axe in Tianyan's hand and said, Is this a soul tool? So what if I am? So what if I am not? Tianyan said with a smile. It seems that you have chosen not to obey me. Old ancestor, Hei Hun gently stretched out his hand, and the gap was quickly filled. In the blink of an eye, the black energy seemed to be endless and couldn't disappear completely. What do you think? Tianyan put away the chaotic heaven's sacred axe, and the set effect disappeared instantly, but it was replaced by the frost fist. The cold air immediately froze the ground within 2 meters around him, forming a layer of frost. This soul tool is much stronger than the chaotic heaven's sacred axe. But the frost fist doesn't have a set effect. If it had a set effect, it would be even more heaven-defying. Another soul tool. It seems that your background is not simple, but if you think that a soul tool is invincible here, then you are too naive. Old ancestor, Hei Hun waved his hand, and the surrounding black energy turned into countless black dragons. One after another emerged from the ground and became taller. The power suddenly increased a lot. In that case, I will let you become the sacrifice of the black dragon's spiritual vein. In the next moment, under his control, the black energy quickly turned into several black dragons and rushed toward Tianyan with an extremely oppressive energy. Tianyan's eyes flashed, and he quickly raised his hand. A terrifying suction force instantly swept out from his palm. The black dragon's energy, which had been rushing toward him from all directions, was forcefully turned around by this super strong suction force, turning into a ball and being absorbed into his body. 4,000 experience points. This attack was absorbed into his body and turned into EXP. Under the super strong suction of the absorbing star's great technique, coupled with the dark North divine art, this power was instantly devoured. If it was before, he wouldn't be able to do this. Only by upgrading it to an Earth-level martial art could he achieve this effect. Is this your power? Tianyan said, with a smile. Ancestor, Hei Hun was shocked. Although his attack was not very strong, it was at least half of his strength. But it did not cause any harm to Tianyun, and it seemed that his attack had been absorbed. Looks like, another evil technique. I want to see how much you can devour. Ancestor Heihan roared. More than a dozen black dragons' energy quickly appeared around him. After twisting in the air, they quickly rushed toward him. In addition, countless black gas emerged from the ground and began to entangle him like a devil's hand from hell. Tianyun's expression was indifferent. He did not care about the entangling black dragon's energy at all. It was as if nothing had happened. Absorbing stars, great technique. Crazy experience mode, activate. When the black dragon's energy entangled him, he immediately used the absorbing stars, great technique. In the blink of an eye, the entangling power was swallowed into his body and turned into a pile of EXP plus 16,000 EXP plus 15,000 EXP plus 21,000 EXP, with the increase of 4 times. Tianyun suddenly felt refreshed. This was the feeling he needed. It was much faster than killing anyone else. At least for now. In the blink of an eye, the entangling black dragon's energy disappeared, and nothing happened to him. Old ancestor Heihan, who was watching from afar, was dumbfounded. He was shocked by this scene. All the energy that was released was devoured, and it seemed that nothing had happened. This power is too weak. Can it be stronger? It's really not enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Tianyun said sarcastically. This sentence was undoubtedly a provocation to ancestor Heihan and instantly angered him. I don't believe that you can devour much. How can the black dragon's energy be so easy to devour? Ancestor Heihan roared and quickly made hand seals. Countless black dragons' energy entangled him. The black cage around him was constantly squeezing him as if it wanted to flatten him. In the blink of an eye, Tianyun was swallowed by the black dragon's energy. In just a moment, the black light became dimmer and dimmer. There was no doubt that Tianyun was crazily devouring the black dragon's energy. Impossible! Impossible! Ancestor Heihan said angrily, I want to see how much you can devour. He roared and quickly cast the black dragon's energy. More and more black dragon's energy emerged from the ground. The entire dragon's treasure stronghold was shaking. It seems that the excessive mobilization of the energy underground has caused an earthquake. 23,000 experience points, 32,000 experience points, 33,000 experience points. His experience crazily soared and instantly reached the limit. Currently, he can only absorb about 8,000 experience points at a time. But after quadrupling, his experience points have reached 32,000. Under this crazy devouring, his experience points continue to rise. But the speed of devouring is not enough to keep up with the speed of the black dragon's energy. Ancestor Heihan has already used most of his energy, so naturally he will surpass Tianyun. But this speed of devouring is useless. He is wearing a set of Chaotic Heaven Divine Armor and Chaotic Heaven Battle Boots. Coupled with the title of Guardian, his defense is off the charts. This kind of devouring can't hurt him at all. This state continues. Tianyun's expression is indifferent, but in his heart he is very happy. His experience is crazily flowing in. It's much more than killing a 7th or 8th level core condensation cultivator. How can he not feel happy? For a long time, this method has been the best way to obtain experience points. But sometimes there are too many people, so he can't drain their spiritual power one by one. Therefore, when he saw this pile of energy, his eyes lit up. How could he not be happy that there was one more free experience point? Just when he thought that he can maintain this situation for a long time, suddenly a black light flashed behind him and fiercely stabbed his back. Tianyun immediately sensed the danger. He turned around and waved his hand to grab the black light. Dang! Chapter 110. Why don't you continue to release the Black Dragon Force? Tianyun shook his hand. That sword attack was not weak. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been pierced by it, especially under the Black Dragon Force. He couldn't detect the situation around him. If it wasn't for his strength, he would have been pierced by this sword attack. Die! Old ancestor Hei Hun was extremely angry. He once again waved his sword and rushed towards Tianyun. The Black Dragon Force around him drilled into his body. Suddenly, his strength skyrocketed. His combat power soared crazily. The reason why he has such strong strength is because of the Black Dragon Force. Ordinary peak core condensation cultivators have 160,000 combat power at most, but Old Ancestor Hei Hun's combat power has exceeded 200,000. Whether it is speed or strength, both have reached a new peak. Black Dragon Roar. The long sword in Old Ancestor Hei Hun's hand flashed with a black light. A black dragon mark appeared on the blade of the sword. Immediately, a black dragon mark appeared on his body. Old Ancestor Hei Hun felt like he turned into a black dragon and rushed towards Tianyun. The world began to tremble, and countless cracks appeared on the hard ground. More Black Dragon Force surged from the cracks and drilled into Old Ancestor Hei Hun's body layer by layer. Tianyun's eyes flashed. With the appraisal, Old Ancestor Hei Hun's combat power continued to rise. It has reached a high of 210,000. Strong, very strong, compared to all the previous opponents. He is several levels stronger. Tianyun didn't expect that the Black Dragon spiritual vein could strengthen him so much. This is not the level that ordinary peak core condensation cultivators can achieve. It is equivalent to the level of spirit core stage. Of course, no matter how strong he is, it is just a piece of cake for Tianyun. Frost Fist, activate. He used the special effect of the Frost Fist, and a terrifying frost domain exploded in the surroundings. The crazy cold air swept in all directions, and everywhere it went was frozen, including the surging black dragon power. It was frozen by this overbearing effect. The originally swaying energy had been frozen into a popsicle. Old Ancestor Hei Hun, who was rushing over, was frozen by this special effect. His whole body was frozen in place, and the power coming out of his body was also frozen on the surface. This was a heaven-defying effect. Even after the Frost Fist had been upgraded to a soul tool, it could still freeze Ancestor Black Soul. He might not be able to freeze it for too long, but even if he could only freeze it for 10 seconds, Old Ancestor Black Soul would definitely die. Not bad, you can freeze it. Tianyun smiled faintly and walked over. Old Ancestor Black Soul's expression was frozen, and he could only watch as Tianyun walked over, and he couldn't even say a word. He walked in front of Patriarch Hei Hun, grabbed his arm, and slammed him to the ground. With a loud bang, Patriarch Hei Hun was slammed to the ground. Dense cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out like a spider web. After locking Old Ancestor Black Soul, Tianyun fully activated Absorbing Stars, great technique. Tens of thousands of EXP crazily poured into his body. This time, he can finally absorb it slowly, and he wants to see how long he can absorb it. If he can maintain this state after absorbing it, he will level up several times, and that would be perfect. However, after maintaining this state, for half a minute, Old Ancestor Black Soul began to loosen. Die, damn brat! I will kill you! Old Ancestor Black Soul roared, and the power of the black dragon inside his body broke out, and he wanted to shake Tianyun away. It was a humiliation to be pressed like this. Dragon God Bloodline, open! after the dragon god bloodline broke out. Dragon scales quickly appeared on his body, and his strength was greatly increased, at least several times stronger than usual, and his combat power suddenly broke out. After the increase in strength, the power that broke out from his arms fiercely pressed down on old ancestor Black Soul, making him unable to move at all. After suppressing him, he continued to quickly absorb the spiritual power inside old ancestor Black Soul's body, and quickly withdrew it. "Bastard, let go of me, let go of me." Old ancestor Black Soul's body shook, but how could he compare with Yi Qianyun's strength? His combat power was not weak, but it did not mean that he was strong. Most of his strength relied on the power of the Black Dragon, and when he controlled the power of the Black Dragon, he was more overbearing. "Why should I let go of you, and then wait for you to kill me? Do you think I am stupid?" Yi Qianyun sneered. "You have done a lot of evil things. This time I will suck you dry. Get out of my way." Old ancestor Black Soul roared angrily and madly controlled the power of the Black Dragon underground, and continued to envelop Yi Qianyun, but this devouring power could not hurt Yi Qianyun. Originally, after the dragon god bloodline broke out, his defensive power had greatly increased, and with the addition of the guardian title and the chaotic heaven divine armor, he was simply indestructible. No matter how hard the power of the Black Dragon gnawed, it could not bite even a little bit. As Yi Qianyun absorbed more and more power, old ancestor Black Soul became weaker and weaker and was about to be sucked dry. Let go of me. Give me." Old ancestor Black Soul had no strength to struggle, and after a moment, the spiritual power in his body was completely sucked dry. "What's going on? No spiritual power. Don't you have the blessing of the Black Dragon spiritual vein? Why is your spiritual power so weak?" At this time, Yi Qianyun found that old ancestor Black Soul's body was black. It seems that he was overdrawn, and even his body was eroded by the power of the Black Dragon. Sure enough, using this power indiscriminately will cause a lot of damage to himself. This is obviously a kind of evil technique. Old ancestor Black Soul couldn't hear Yi Qianyun's words after being sucked dry. He already fainted. In addition, he can't suppress the power of the Black Dragon. His body has been quickly eroded, and it seems that his consciousness is gradually disappearing. "It seems that I can't do it anymore. In the next life, remember to be a good person to repay all this." Yi Qianyun aimed at old ancestor He Hun's head and punched him hard. With a loud bang, old ancestor He Hun was completely killed. Ding! Successfully killed old ancestor Black Soul. Gain 120. 000 EXP, 3000 crazy point. Obtained Black Dragon Divine Secret Art. Low-grade Earth level martial art. Soul Destruction Palm. Low-grade Earth level martial art. Black Dragon Spiritual Vein Crystal. Black Dragon Skeleton. After killing old ancestor Black Soul, the things that dropped are quite rich. 2 Earth level martial art can be used to fuse proficiency. But the most special is the last 2, which made him feel a bit strange. Black Dragon Spiritual Vein Crystal, Black Dragon Skeleton. What are these? After Yi Qianyun checked, the information immediately appeared. Black Dragon Spiritual Vein Crystal. The energy crystal of the Black Dragon can be absorbed for cultivation, suitable for cultivators who cultivate dark attribute. Black Dragon Skeleton. The skeleton of the Black Dragon, the main backbone of the Black Dragon, with blessing of the Black Dragon Soul and Black Dragon Spiritual Vein, can summon the Black Dragon. What can summon the Black Dragon? Chapter 111. If I can summon a Black Dragon as a pet, can I fly? Yi Qianyun's eyes lit up. If he wanted to fly, he would need to reach the core transformation stage, which was a relatively long process. Only when he reached the core transformation stage, he would be able to fly. Therefore, it was undoubtedly a wonderful thing to have a flying demon beast. At least, it would be very convenient for him to escape and travel. But where can I get the soul of the black dragon? Tianyun frowned. He remembered that when he investigated Ancestor Heihun's situation, he saw that the soul of the black dragon would drop, but he didn't expect it to drop even after activating his luck aura. It was really a pity. If my luck is good enough, or if my luck aura is upgraded, I will definitely be able to get it. But now, Ancestor Heihun is dead. Tianyun shook his head and felt very disappointed. If he missed this opportunity, how could he get the soul of the black dragon back? Who would be able to get the soul of the black dragon? Immediately, he didn't think too much about it. He took out all of Ancestor Heihun's items and put them into his inventory. There were many valuable things inside. Even if he couldn't fuse them to increase his proficiency, he could at least sell them for money. Ancestor Heihun is dead. Ancestor Heihun is dead. Great. Ancestor Heihun is dead. At this time, someone shouted, which attracted Tianyun's attention. He looked up and saw some bandits on the side. They were shocked, and some even collapsed on the ground. Everyone had a different expression. It seems that there are still some fish that escaped the net. I have to clean them up. Tianyun squinted his eyes and rushed towards them. He waved his fist and greeted them with a cold air. As long as he punched them, they would be killed instantly. Bang! At this time, they all knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Hero, thank you for killing Ancestor Heihun and saving us. Hero, please let us go. We were forced to join the dragon's treasure stronghold. If we don't join, our families will be killed. We're just following instructions, and we've been working here all this time. We've never gone out to harm anyone. Those are all in the outer strongholds, and those in the inner strongholds are specialized in internal affairs. We can't go out. They kept kowtowing to Tianyun until their foreheads started to bleed. In order to survive, they were willing to do anything. Tianyun stopped and squinted at them. This kind of thing was not rare. After all, there were so many people in the village, so it was impossible for all of them to be internal members. Some of them must have been recruited from outside. For example, cooking, cleaning, and so on were definitely not done by the internal staff. They had to be recruited from outside, and they had to be dragged in by force. Whether you've done anything wrong or not, everything will be judged. If you act blindly without thinking, then don't blame me for being ruthless. At that time, will you run faster, or will my fists be faster? Tianyun signaled them to gather together. He gathered all the remaining bandits and brought them outside. Outside, Lu Minglian had already rescued everyone. When she saw Tianyun coming over with a group of people, her complexion suddenly changed. Young master, this is... Lu Minglian looked at the group of people behind him and was somewhat puzzled. I don't know how many of them were brought in by force. I believe some of them had no choice. So please take a look and see who can be forgiven and who can't. Tianyun said to the trapped villagers, he's from our village. In order to protect us, he chose to join us. He was forced to join us. He's my husband. He was brought in by force. He's been cooking for us. He's with those bad guys. At this time, someone immediately recognized that someone had sneaked in. That person's complexion turned pale. He turned around and wanted to grab the person next to him to use as a shield. But Tianyun's speed was faster. With a kick, he flew out and smashed into a distant house. There was no more movement from him. Continue. Of course, you can recognize each other and see who did what wrong. Tianyun said indifferently, he's innocent. He was captured and brought in here. They all pointed out that there were a few people who tried to fish in troubled waters. After being recognized, they ran away or knelt down and begged for mercy. But Tianyun didn't let them go, because under the accusation, they have done too many evil things. not just once or twice, but many times. After the cleanup, the entire dragon's treasure village is truly destroyed. All the bandits have been cleaned up. Even if there are some who happen to be outside, they can't do anything anymore. After the death of the 3 leaders and old ancestor, Hey Hun, the dragon's treasure village has no one to rely on. Successfully completed Destroy Dragon's Treasure Village quest. Reward 150,000 EXP, 10. 000 crazy point, 100 prestige point. The quest information that popped up proved that he has completed the quest perfectly. Lu Minglian said to Tianyun, "Young master, let's go back." "Well, you go back first. I want to look for something here." Tianyun didn't rush back. He signaled them to go back first. Lu Minglian didn't ask anything. She just nodded and said, "Then I will wait for young master to come back in Gong Village. Young master, please be careful." After they all left, Tianyun's attention returned to the dragon's treasure village. He didn't rush to leave. Naturally, he wants to explore the underground black dragon spiritual vein. He wants to see what kind of spiritual vein it is. Immediately, he came to the center of the dragon's treasure village. There is a luxurious house here. No doubt it is the place where old ancestor Hey Hun and the others live. After entering, the house has been ransacked. There is nothing valuable left. This is the order given by Tianyun. He let the other villagers move away the valuable things. During this time, he sensed that there is an unknown power under the ground. He just happened to see the passage that leads to the underground from the house, but because he has other things to deal with, he didn't care about it for the time being. After they all left, Tianyun returned to the place and walked down the stairs to the underground. The more he went down, the more he felt an oppressive power surging towards him. This power is very familiar. It is the power of the black dragon. It came from the underground. Soon, he reached the underground. There is a huge stone door blocking the way. He pulled the door next to it, and it slowly opened. When the door opened, the power of the black dragon spread out, and wrapped around his body, there is a kind of evil power that wants to drag him in. Chapter 112. After the stone door was completely opened, a pitch-black passage came into view. There were a few lights flashing in the passage, but they were also flashing with black light. After he walked in, he immediately heard a tempting voice in his ears. "Do you want great power? Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to be above everything? If you want great power, come over and accept me. I will give you the strongest power." This kind of demonic voice was really tempting, especially the power that came from the surroundings. It was a kind of incomparably powerful power, which really made people yearn for it. On the surrounding rock wall, there were black lines like black crystals inlaid on it, which looked very beautiful. However, this beauty was filled with a strange energy. Tianyun just took a glance and continued to walk in. When he went deeper, he felt that the power of the black dragon was exactly the same as the power displayed by old ancestor Hey Hun. When he walked to the end, he saw a dragon's head. However, this dragon's head had turned into a skeleton, but on the surface, it was still a dragon's head. It was surrounded by the power of the black dragon, which was enough to show that this black dragon's cultivation was not simple when it was alive. Tianyun looked up, and the detailed information immediately appeared. Black dragon's head cultivation. None. Weakness. None. If killed, it is possible to obtain the black dragon's soul, the black dragon's skeleton, and the black dragon's spiritual vein crystal. The black dragon's soul. Tianyun's eyes lit up. Sure enough, he found it. If he could blow up this black dragon's head, then he would have a chance to obtain the black dragon's soul. Human, do you desire great power? The light inside the black dragon's head flickered. Although the head did not open its mouth to speak, it could still transmit a voice. Of course, I desire it. Isn't that obvious? Onion was not in a hurry to blow up the black dragon's head. He planned to chat with it first. Very good. As long as you accept my fusion, you will be able to obtain great power. The black light flickered and continued, I can already feel your power. You are very powerful. If you can fuse with me, you will become even more powerful. At that time, no one will be a match for you. You will be above everyone. What about that old ancestor Black Soul from before? Onion said with a faint smile. Didn't he fuse with you? I don't think he's that strong. That trash is too weak. He can't withstand my power, which is why he's so weak. As long as you are strong enough, you will be able to control my power. The black light flickered as the voice continued. Is that so? What are the conditions to obtain this power? Asked Onion. I don't need any conditions. As long as you fuse with me and keep offering sacrifices to me, I can make you stronger. Black light continued. Keep offering sacrifices. What will happen to me if I fuse with you? Onion continued to ask. There will be no effect. You will only become stronger and stronger than everyone. Reaching the spirit core stage will not be difficult. Reaching the core transformation stage will not be out of reach. The black light constantly tempted him, throwing out an even higher cultivation. This king is the legendary Black Dragon King. The power I possess is incomparably great. As long as you fuse with me, you will obtain even more martial arts and even greater power. Sounds good. Onion walked over and approached the black dragon's head and asked, What should I do? You don't need to do anything. Relax your body and let my energy penetrate into your body. Just fuse with you. Black light flickered and seemed to be excited. This sounds good. Onion grinned. Then fuse with me. Then he reached out and grabbed the black dragon's head. The absorbing star's great technique was fully activated and began to madly extract its energy. What are you doing? Black light flickered fiercely and screams were constantly heard. Nothing. Didn't you say that you want me to fuse with you? As long as I absorb you, we will be one. Onion laughed. No, not like this. You want my energy to penetrate into your body. Black light flickered incessantly, and the area began to tremble. The earth was shaking, and the mountains were shaking as if it was going to collapse at any time. Really? But I prefer to fuse like this. Onion sneered. As the energy was continuously absorbed, the surrounding power of the black dragon began to gradually fade. But under this crazy devouring, it quickly aroused the resistance of the black light. Countless black energy quickly emerged from the surroundings and tried to bind Onion and drag him away. But Onion was not so easy to be dragged away. His dragon god blood instantly erupted, thick dragon scales appeared on his body, and his strength increased crazily. When the power of the black dragon swept over, not only did it not devour him, but it was also absorbed by the absorbing star's great technique. The double superposition of Dark North divine art and absorbing star's great technique is not so simple. His whole body can devour energy crazily, so he doesn't necessarily need to use both hands. After the crazy devouring, Onion's EXP soared crazily, and finally, after a period of absorption, he ushered in a breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations to player Onion, successfully upgraded to the peak of core condensation. Finally upgraded to the peak of core condensation, ready to break through to the spirit core stage. Onion breathed a sigh of relief. He just absorbed so much EXP from old ancestor He Hun and killed him, and even completed the task, but he did not level up. In the later stage, Even with so much EXP, he still can't level up quickly, unless he has 10 times EXP card in hand. Otherwise, it will be really difficult to level up. Although compared to others, he is already close to exploding, but who doesn't want to be too strong? Bastard human, hurry up and let go of me. This black light, or should be said to be the Black Dragon King. It is angry, constantly controlling the surrounding energy to roll over, but the more energy rolled over, the more the surrounding black crystals become dim. As long as it uses energy, the surrounding crystals will become dim, which is equivalent to consumption. Plus now Onion is devouring crazily. The situation is getting worse and worse. Onion turned a deaf ear to it. He has been devouring crazily. How can he miss this kind of experience? The Black Dragon King from the beginning to the end, it can't release much energy. The flickering light is getting weaker and weaker. It seems to be dying. Human, you win, please let me go. I know a lot of martial arts. I will teach you. The Black Dragon King began to beg for mercy. It only has the last bit of soul left. If it is gone, it will really die. Chapter 113. The Black Dragon King's energy was getting weaker and weaker. The surrounding black dragon power was also getting weaker and weaker. Even the sound of begging for mercy was getting weaker and weaker. I beg you, human, please let me go. Don't continue to devour me. If this continues, I will definitely die. I know a lot of secrets. I know a lot of treasures. As long as you let me go, I will tell you everything. The Black Dragon King constantly begged for mercy, begging Onion to let him go. Unfortunately, I am not interested in any of this. You want to fuse with me, nothing more than to devour me. Do you think I don't know the situation of old ancestor Heihan? It seems that his body has already been devoured. You just want to use us to give you more energy, to become your puppet and continue to offer sacrifices. One day, you will definitely be resurrected. As for when, I don't know. Onion had already seen through its tricks. He believed that old ancestor Heihan was also aware of it, but old ancestor Heihan didn't resist and instead continued to cultivate. Because in addition to this method, other methods to enhance his cultivation were too slow, it was impossible for him to break through. So old ancestor Heihan had no choice but to continue to cultivate. The Black Dragon King used their bodies to seize their bodies. This was impossible. The process was extremely difficult and risky. He could only rely on devouring sacrifices to constantly enhance his own energy, and then he would be able to be reborn. Legend has it that once he reached the Saint King stage, he would be able to regenerate his body. For this reason, he has been desperately cultivating, devouring sacrifices to cultivate. This was a very ruthless thing. No one knew how many sacrifices he would need to devour to reach the Saint King stage. It was possible that he would not be able to break through to the Saint King stage, even if he devoured the sacrifices. Whether or not he could reach the Saint King stage, the Black Dragon King didn't care. He could only continue to fight, no matter how many people died. He didn't care. I don't need you to do this. I just need you to let me go. The Black Dragon King whispered for mercy. No, you killed so many people. It's time to pay the price. Onion snorted coldly, feeling that it was enough. He pinched the Black Dragon King fiercely. I curse you to never be reincarnated. With a scream, the Black Dragon's skull was crushed by Onion, including the black light inside. Ding! Successfully killed Black Dragon King's soul, rewarding 10. 000 EXP, 5. 000 crazy point. He has obtained the Black Dragon's soul and the Black Dragon's spirit vein crystal. After killing it, he successfully obtained the Black Dragon's soul and an additional Black Dragon spirit vein crystal. At this time, the Black Dragon power in the surroundings had completely disappeared, returning to its original color. The Black Dragon King had extended its power to cover the entire dragon's treasure stronghold so that it could devour others. However, it did not devour them all at once. Instead, it used them as nourishment, devouring them bit by bit instead of devouring them all at once. Only then would he be able to increase his strength bit by bit. Who knew that it would be sucked dry by Tianyun? First, old ancestor He Hun absorbed a lot of the Black Dragon's power, causing it to disappear in a short time. Not bad. The Black Dragon's soul dropped. Tianyun's eyes lit up. Finally, the Black Dragon's soul dropped this time. If he couldn't even get this, then it would be really bad. Rumble. At this time, the surrounding began to tremble, which made Tianyun's eyebrows raised, his figure flashed, and ran to the surface. When he just ran outside, the underground passage began to collapse. The entire dragon's treasure stronghold collapsed in a blink of an eye, as if it was hit by an earthquake. I almost couldn't escape. Tianyun wiped his sweat. If he was any slower, he would be buried under the ground. After calming down, he took out the Black Dragon's soul, Black Dragon's spirit vein crystal, and the Black Dragon's skeleton. When he gathered them together, the option to fuse them appeared. He did not hesitate to click on the fusion button, and immediately the three things quickly fused together. After a moment, a black light soared into the sky, and when the black light gradually disappeared, what appeared in front of him was a black dragon more than 3 meters high. Its whole body was covered with black scales, huge wings on its back, sharp dragon claws, and a huge dragon head. All these prove that it is a real black dragon, not just a skeleton. Black dragon. Cultivation level 1 core condensation. The scales on its body are comparable to a low-grade soul tool. Indestructible. The claws are comparable to a low-grade soul tool. Indestructible. Potential level 5. As the cultivation gets stronger, the body will become bigger and bigger. And the flame it spits out is enough to melt everything. So strong. Tianyun's eyes lit up, especially the potential of the level 5. One must know that the Snow Wolf's potential is only level 2. According to the rules here, the potential is level 10. But reaching the level 10 potential, what kind of monster is that? The Black Dragon is a dragon, but it only has level 5 potential. The higher the potential, the higher the growth value, whether it is strength or speed. When the cultivation level increases, there will be a significant enhancement. In fact, it is defined as talent. The stronger the talent, the stronger the power. Roar. The Black Dragon roared at him, then leaned over and rubbed its huge dragon head on his body, showing its intimacy. This Black Dragon is not the previous Black Dragon King. The two have nothing to do with each other. It is a newly summoned pet. Okay, from now on, you are my pet. Hang with me. I guarantee you will have a good life. Tianyun smiled, reached out and stroked its body, then immediately sat on it and gently patted its body. The Black Dragon roared. It seems to be expressing its willingness. Tianyun smiled, feeling very satisfied. Another powerful pet. As long as it is cultivated, it will become a big helper. He now lacks this. The more helpers, the better. So his strength will be stronger. Immediately, he began to sort out the spoils of war. He obtained a lot of Earth-level martial arts, temporarily sold all the things, turned into a pile of crazy points. Originally, he wanted to integrate it, but he felt that the Dark North Divine Art has reached intermediate Earth level. It is not necessary for the time being. At least it is enough for now. After selling the Black Dragon Divine Art, he opened the property bar. Everything appeared in front of him. Player, Tianyun level, 30, 10th level core condensation. EXP, crazy point, 138728. Prestige, 230 cultivation technique. Dark North Divine Art, Dragon God Secret Art, Xian Tian Divine Art Martial Arts. Absorbing Star's great technique, Blood Fiend Soaring Heaven Weapon, Frost Fist, Blood Fiend, Divine Spear, Sword of Endlessness, Chaotic Heaven's Sacred Axe Armor. Snow Wolf Battle Boots, Divine Armor, Shadow Cloak, Chaotic Heaven Divine Armor, Chaotic Heaven Battle Boots Divine Ability, Crazy Mode, Luck Aura Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline Decoration, Forging God Hammer, Power Bracelet, Power Ring, Power Belt, Blood Fiend Bracelet all items, 18 Recovery Medicinal Pill, 5 Double EXP Pill, Gift Pack LV31, Life X1, Bad Luck Divine Pill Treasure, Purple Fire Divine Furnace Title, Guardian Flame. Immortal Fire. When he saw the experience required for the next level, he took a deep breath. 8. 5 million. How long will it take to reach it? Forget it. I can only take it step by step. Let's go back. It's not good to let Sister Xiao Lian wait for a long time. Yi Tianyun nodded, sat on the black dragon, and said, "Let's go back." Chapter 114. With the astonishing speed of the black dragon, he arrived near the Gong village in the blink of an eye. Then he landed and put away the black dragon. This black dragon must not be seen by others. Otherwise, it would be a very troublesome matter. Scaring them was not a big deal, but if it was spread out, then he would be in great trouble. The black dragon was a kind of dragon race. Every part of its body was a treasure, and the third-grade forces would soon be eyeing this black dragon. At that time, it was not impossible for them to forcibly seize this black dragon, so he had to be careful. Moreover, if he kept it, just like the Snow Wolf, he could use it as a trump card and suddenly summon it for a sneak attack. This was a big killer move. After adjusting his state of mind, Yi Tianyun walked into the Gong village. The Gong village was now in a festive mood. But with joy comes sorrow. Some people were captured and never came back. Without a doubt, they were dead. For bandits, these people's lives were simply not lives. They could be slaughtered at will, abused at will, and finally, after they died, their corpses were disposed of. His vicious and merciless methods were mostly to serve as a warning to the others, so that the others who were captured would know whose orders they should obey. Young hero, Yi is back. When Yi Tianyun just entered the village entrance, people immediately noticed him and came over with tears of gratitude. Some people even knelt down and kowtowed to Yi Tianyun, which made Yi Tianyun hurriedly signal them to get up, but they did not listen and kowtowed to him. Young hero Yi, don't stop us. If not for you, we would have died in that dragon's treasure stronghold. We don't have anything to give you, so we can only ask you to accept our kowtow. We can only give you so much gratitude. That's right. So in any case, please accept our kowtow. If you don't accept our kowtow, then you are looking down on us. The whole village knelt down. Even Lu Minglian knelt down. There was no other meaning. This was her hometown. Yi Tianyun had saved the entire village, which was equivalent to saving her, so she also knelt down to worship him. Young master, please accept our kowtow. We have nothing to give you. We can only give you this insignificant kowtow to express our gratitude. Lu Minglian said. Yi Tianyun felt helpless and could only accept this bow. Since they had already said so, if he didn't let them bow, he would really be looking down on them. After bowing, they all stood up, still filled with endless gratitude. They would never forget this kindness. In their most desperate moment, Yi Tianyun appeared and saved them. Naturally, he was like a second parent to them. The rest of the village was in a state of celebration. They had obtained a lot of valuable things from the dragon's treasure stronghold, which made their situation slightly better. Therefore, they were able to celebrate. He slaughtered all the remaining rice, noodles, chickens, and ducks at home and made a sumptuous meal. Yi Tianyun felt the atmosphere and smiled as well. He threw himself into the party. Happy times were always short. After the party was over, it was time to leave. Yi Tianyun helped Lu Minglian's father to heal his leg injury. He was able to get out of bed and walk. There was nothing else for him to do. It was impossible for them to move out. They relied on the mountains to survive. They had always been farming. Therefore, Tianyun did not try to persuade them to leave. The dragon's treasure stronghold had been destroyed. This place was undoubtedly safe. Whether there would be other bandits in the future, it was unknown. However, he had passed down basic mortal-level martial arts to some talented youngsters. Their future achievements would depend on themselves. Xiao Lian, young master, he is a good person. He has already reached the standard of becoming my son-in-law. Old Lu was very satisfied with Tianyun, but he also felt that his daughter was a good match for him. Father, don't talk nonsense. How can I be a good match for young master? When Lu Minglian said these words, the light in her beautiful eyes slightly dimmed. She was a bit disappointed. There is no such thing as a good match. Is my daughter not a good match for him? Old Lu smiled and said, Xiao Lian, it is already a great honor for us to have you join Jade Palace. Cultivate hard. There is no one who is not a good match for you. Lu Minglian's eyes were red. She knew that her father was encouraging her to work hard and not be too discouraged. Father, I will work hard. Lu Minglian nodded firmly. Well, you are becoming more and more like your mother. If only your mother was still here, she would be able to see our daughter become successful. She would be able to stand on her own. Old Lu's eyes were also red. Father, after the father and daughter had a good talk, they were reluctant to part. Young master, let's go. Lu Minglian came over. Her face was full of smile, like a beautiful crabapple, blooming so beautiful. Sister Xiao Lian, you seem to be in a good mood. Tianyun smiled. Of course it's good. Of course I'm in a good mood, now that one of my worries has been resolved. Lu Minglian said with a smile. Is that so? Tianyun touched his nose. This is indeed a big deal. Then let's go to Wind City now. We need to buy a batch of materials. And Lu Minglian looked at Tianyun's back, and her beautiful eyes were a little bit more brilliant. After a while, they arrived at Tianfeng City. Tianyun came here to earn Crazy Point. He has no other thoughts. He has a lot of Crazy Point now, but for him, it's still too little. There are too many divine skills that need to be upgraded. He can use up 100 million Crazy Point in an instant. Returning to Rain Pavilion, the familiar scene reminded him of the situation some time ago. The opposite Wind Pavilion is gone. It has been replaced by Rain Pavilion. The whole building was bought by the Heavenly Rain Building. Everything had changed so quickly. The forces that were originally hostile to them had already been destroyed. When Tianyun stepped into the Heavenly Rain Building, some of the guards recognized him, and they were stunned, and their eyes were glued to Tianyun. Tianyun? After a while, they recovered. One of them hurriedly ran upstairs to find someone. There is no doubt that the person they found is Ziyue. Ziyue hurriedly ran down from the upstairs. Her face was full of panic, and when she saw Tianyun, her eyes were quickly filled with a complex look, recalling the little things that happened before. Everything changed too fast. The most important thing is that she didn't protect Tianyun. Now, when they meet again, she always feels embarrassed and guilty. Pavilion Master Z, long time no see. Tianyun smiled. He didn't feel embarrassed. He waved and said hello. He knew Ziyue's difficulties at the time. She didn't have much power to intervene in that kind of thing. But in the end, she can remind him to escape. It's already the best she can do. She can't run with him, right? So he won't blame Ziyue, but one thing is certain, there will not be a deep relationship with Rain Pavilion. It will only be a cooperative relationship. Since she didn't stand up to help him, it can only be a cooperative relationship. At that time, he can already forge high-grade spirit tools. It shocked the entire Rain Pavilion, but Rain Pavilion didn't choose to protect him. It proves that for them, it's not worth it. Chapter 115. Because Ziyue and Yi Tianyan have a good relationship, so the headquarters of Rain Pavilion will certainly let Ziyue continue to maintain her position as pavilion master, or even give her more power, so that she can fully assist Yi Tianyan. But this is meaningless. Yi Tianyan's strength has reached the point where he can suppress Wind Pavilion. He doesn't need Wind Pavilion's help at all. Helping him now is just icing on the cake, not sending charcoal in snowy weather. The meaning is completely different. Yi Gongzi, you're here. Ziyue doesn't know what to say. She thought Yi Tianyan will never come again. Well, I came here to buy some materials. I don't know if there is a discount. Yi Tianyan smiled. Yes, there is. There must be a discount, even free. Ziyue quickly replied. That's not necessary. Just sell it to me at the normal price. Yi Tianyan smiled faintly and followed Ziyue to buy refining materials. After looking around, he asked, There is no material for refining soul tool here. Soul tool material. Her beautiful eyes widened. The elder behind her also widened his eyes. This is a bit unbelievable. Asking this question, it is very likely that Yi Tianyan is already able to refine soul tools. How old is he? Has already reached this level? Yes, I don't know if there is. Yi Tianyan asked. There is no. Wind Pavilion doesn't have this kind of material, but if you want, you can go outside to buy it, but it will take a long time. Ziyue slowly said, to be able to refine a soul tool, at least a 5th level blacksmith, but the success rate is too low. Basically, only a blacksmith master can refine a soul tool. Wind Pavilion doesn't have a blacksmith master, so soul tool material is useless. It is already very good to have a blacksmith who can refine a spirit tool, let alone a blacksmith master. That's the level of a 3rd level force or above. All right then, I'll just buy some materials. Yi Tianyan had no choice but to give up. This was the level of this region. It wasn't rich in resources. Only regions with 3rd-rank forces, and above would be more developed. Sects were not established randomly, but according to the surrounding environment. The good places had already been occupied by powerful forces. It was simply not their turn to occupy them. After that, Yi Tianyan chose some materials. They were all materials that could be used to refine supreme-grade spiritual weapons. This was already very shocking. Take them all out. I want as much as you have. Yi Tianyan said in a rich and overbearing manner. Okay, no problem. Ziyue immediately sent someone to fetch the materials. After taking stock, Yi Tianyan felt somewhat disappointed. There weren't many of them. Only 20 to 30 of them could be made. It's not that Wind Pavilion doesn't have enough resources. It's just that they don't have a lot of resources. Materials that can be used to refine spirit tools are relatively rare in this area. That's it. Yi Tianyan asked. Yes, that's it for the time being, but we can transfer it from the headquarters. Ziyue hurriedly added. Well, that's fine. No matter how many you have, bring it to me, including medicinal pellets. The higher the grade, the more I want. However, I might not have enough money, but I can refine a batch of goods for you. You have to give me 2 sets of materials to refine a weapon. How about that? Yi Tianyan said, this includes supreme-grade spiritual weapons and 4th-grade medicinal pellets. Do you want to do this business? Hearing this news, they were all shocked, and their hearts were rolling like a storm. This business is really a good deal. It's equivalent to 3 parts of materials is equivalent to a supreme-grade weapon. For them, this is already very attractive. Some people who can refine supreme-grade spiritual weapons need to fail more than 4 or 5 times, but he only needs 2 parts of materials as payment. It's really a good deal. The same is true for medicinal pellets. Needless to say, the quality of 4th-grade medicinal pellets need at least a 4th-grade alchemist to be able to refine them, so the payment is quite cost-effective. No problem. Ziyue nodded and said, "Well, if that's the case, I will temporarily purchase this batch of materials. You can transport the rest to Jade Palace for me to refine. And when I'm done, you can send someone to pick up the goods." Tianyun said indifferently, "How many do you have? I don't reject anyone." With the money he has now, he can only temporarily buy this batch of materials, and this is the only batch of materials he has. If he wants to refine more in the future, there is no doubt that he won't be able to afford it. After all, this time he didn't choose to sell the weapons, but chose to exchange them for Crazy Point. That's fine. Young Master Yi can keep this batch of materials first. We will send them to you when we return. Ziyue was very excited. This business is quite big. It means that they can have a lot of supreme-grade spiritual weapons and fourth-grade medicinal pellets in the future. These are quite valuable things. How can she not be excited? "Well, that's about it. This is the payment for you," Tianyun said, and waved his hand. Piles of gold piled up here. It looks very dazzling. These are all dropped from killing monsters. He has never used them. Originally, he planned to exchange them for Crazy Point. After looking at the ratio, it's not worth it at all. 100 gold taels to get 1 Crazy Point. This thing is really worthless. After Ziyue and the others accepted, it's time for Tianyun to leave. At this time, Ziyue wanted to say something, but she didn't say it. She can only sigh deeply. He left so quickly. He didn't stay at all. How can he build a good relationship? But she didn't say a word. She didn't say a word. "Master Yi, please wait." At this time, the elder next to him shamelessly stopped him. "What's the matter?" Tianyun looked at him and said, "This last time, our Heavenly Rain building did not do a good job. In fact, we all wanted to help, but Heavenly Rain building's foundation is relatively weak. So please forgive us." This elder was actually the one who had tried to dissuade Ziyue earlier, telling her not to say anything, let alone help. In the end, Ziyue said something. He glared at her fiercely, blaming her for doing so. Now, it seems that she is the stupid one. "Oh, so you are talking about that matter. I don't care." Tianyun really doesn't care. He smiled casually and said, "If there is nothing else, then I will leave first." About the position of guest elder, the elder hurriedly asked, "Guest elder, I promised to be your guest elder before, and now I am still a guest elder." Tianyun smiled. The elder was happy, but immediately added, "But I don't think I will have time to come here in the future. I am a guest elder. I am sorry about this." After saying that, he smiled at Ziyue, turned around, and left, not staying even a step. The elder's face paled. This is almost like a disguised refusal to become a guest elder. He won't come in the future. What is the point of being a guest elder? "Pavilion, Master Z, hurry up and persuade him. Aren't you on good terms with him?" The elder was very anxious. "Elder, he has already given me enough face by coming here to buy things again. Do you really think that Heavenly Rain building is the only place in such a big place? Sometimes a missed opportunity is a missed opportunity. No matter what you do, there is no way to make up for it." Ziyue sighed deeply. This is why she did not let Tianyun stay. Coming here to buy things was already giving him enough face. Otherwise, he would not have stepped half a step in. The elder's intestines were green with regret. Weak foundation is **T. If it really protected Tianyun, there was no problem. Not to mention anything else. At least it could protect him temporarily. But at that time, they immediately cut all ties, not providing any protection at all. Is this the treatment of a guest elder? Chapter 116. Tianyun and Lu Minglian quickly returned to Jade Palace. There was no problem during the whole process. In this area, Tianyun's side is already the biggest force. Even second-level faction doesn't dare to provoke them easily. 3 major forces have been destroyed and even uprooted. So far, no second-level faction has this kind of ability. Therefore, in a sense, although Jade Palace is not a second-level faction, but it has surpassed most second-level faction and become close to the existence of third-level faction. But this is just close. The power of third-level faction is far from comparable to second-level faction. Any random grade. 3 force could easily crush a grade 2 force without the slightest pressure. Because to become a third-level faction, at least 3 or more Spirit Core Realm powerhouses and more than 10 Core Condensation Realm powerhouses are needed to meet the requirements of third-level faction. This is just the initial requirement. Of course, the number of powerful third-level faction is far more than this number. Even Core Transformation Realm cultivators are possible. If you want to become a 4th-level faction, the requirements are even more terrifying, but they have never been in this area, so they don't have any information. Next is to complete the main quest. With so many medicinal pills, I don't believe that I can't create a second-level faction. Yi Qianyun's eyes flashed. Third-level faction is too difficult, but second-level faction is not a problem for him. Young master, we are about to return to Jade Palace, Lu Minglian said with a smile. Yi Tianyan nodded. After a while, they returned to Jade Palace, but they didn't go back to the gate. From a distance, they could see several luxurious feather carriages parked in front of the gate, and several restless giant eagles walking around, leaving deep footprints on the snow. This is a giant eagle, Lu Minglian exclaimed. She was shocked by this giant eagle. Yi Tianyun squinted at these luxurious feather carriages, and this giant eagle has the cultivation of 8th-level spirit refinement realm. It is relatively easy to tame a demon beast. Their greatest use was naturally their ability to fly. When they dragged a few carriages, their speed was many times faster than a horse carriage. As the name suggested, the feather carriage was filled with feathers and carved with divine runes, making the entire carriage light and sturdy. Looks like a certain faction has arrived to be able to afford this feather carriage. It was definitely not an ordinary force. At the very least, a grade 2 force did not have this ability. Just a giant eagle alone was extremely expensive, and it was not something that could be measured with gold. Immediately, he quickly rushed back to Jade Palace with Lu Minglian, and as soon as he got back, he heard people talking inside. Palace Lord Sure, please think about it carefully. As long as you join our profound Azure Mansion and become our subsidiary, you will be able to get a lot of benefits. We can even make you a branch of ours. In this sense, you're already equivalent to a 3rd-grade faction. You can do whatever you want here. The voice that came was very arrogant, high and mighty. Although the content seemed to be discussing plans, it was more of a more forceful transaction. Inspector Ge, I'm sorry. Our Jade Palace does not want to become a subsidiary of your mansion for the time being. The current situation of Jade Palace, we all hope to maintain the original state, to maintain the foundation passed down by the old ancestor. Shi Shuiyun politely refused. Inspector Ge frowned. There were not many people coming, a total of 3 people, but each of them was at core condensation. Among them, Inspector G's cultivation has reached 7th-level core condensation, which is as strong as Shi Shuiyun. Although his cultivation is the same, but he is stronger than Shi Shuiyun. As the inspector of Qingxian Mansion, the martial arts he cultivates is certainly not low. Earth-level martial arts is extremely rare in 2nd-grade faction, but in 3rd-grade faction, the quantity is slightly higher, so it is not so scarce. Humph. Are you sure you want to refuse the invitation of a 3rd-grade faction? Inspector Ge was extremely dissatisfied. Others can't even beg for this invitation. We came here because we think highly of you. If you don't have our help, it is basically impossible for you to become a 2nd-grade faction. Shi Shuiyun raised her eyebrows. This is a bit too much. They can now see the future of Jade Palace. As long as they continue like this, they will certainly become a 2nd-grade faction. It is not difficult at all. When she was just about to speak, Yi Tianyun's voice has already interrupted. I don't know, why is it impossible? Yi Tianyun walked in with looming Lien, looking at Inspector Ge. Sure enough, the stronger forces are all high and mighty. They simply look down on them. But the gap between the two is really huge. There are more than 10 core condensation cultivators, and even more spirit core cultivators. How can a second-grade faction compare? Inspector Ge frowned and looked at him. He is very dissatisfied with his sudden interruption. Palace Lordshire, are these your people? It's not polite to butt in. When Shi Shuyan saw Yi Tianyun came in, she smiled knowingly and immediately said to Inspector Ge, he is the Elder of Jade Palace. He is qualified to discuss this matter. Elder of Jade Palace? Inspector Ge frowned. He doesn't believe it. At such a young age, he can sit in the position of elder? They just heard that Jade Palace is not bad, but they didn't fully understand the situation, so they don't know the situation of Yi Tianyun. Yes, I am the 4th Elder of Jade Palace. I don't know why you said we can't promote to second-grade faction. Yi Tianyun said indifferently, I believe that it will not be long before we can promote to second-grade faction. This is not difficult. Yi Tianyun doesn't have a good impression of Qingxian Mansion. When the 3 major factions attacked, Qingxian Mansion completely cut off all relations. They will not help at all. At that time, he has already blacklisted Qingxian Mansion, although he didn't want to get involved, but since he chose to give up, now that Jade Palace is strong enough, they come to try to rope him in. Anyone would feel disgusted. Inspector Ge is a bit unhappy with Yi Tianyun. Even if it is promoted to second-grade faction, the gap with third-grade faction is too big. If you want more resources, you have to join us. Our Qingxian Mansion has a lot of talented disciples. With your disciple combined, the bloodline born will definitely not be bad. Moreover, this is not the first marriage, but this time we are completely merged. We are not separated from each other. The power is bigger. There will not be any faction that will trouble you. Is that so? When the 3 major factions attacked, why didn't you help us? And now you want us to join? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Chapter 117. Qingxian Mansion chose not to support them when they were besieged by the 3 major forces. Inspector G's face sank. He didn't feel embarrassed about this question, but he was a bit contemptuous. At that time, they didn't choose to support them because the 3 major forces said that they will become subordinates of Qingxian Mansion in the future, so they will definitely choose to support them. They didn't expect the 3 major forces to be defeated, which made them reevaluate Jade Palace. They didn't expect that a Jade Palace with only female cultivators would have such a strong force. There is nothing to say about this. At that time, you were too weak, so we abandoned you. Now that your strength is up to the standard, you can join us. Inspector Goose said solemnly, if you want to join us, you are not qualified to join us if you are too weak. Now that your strength is up to the standard, you can join us. Don't you even know this rule? If your strength is too weak, do you think we will accept you? Don't be too naive. You are not a 3-year-old child anymore. His skin was just that thick. He spoke the truth and did not try to hide it at all. If your strength is too low, you will be abandoned. Survival of the fittest, this is the principle. Inspector G's words didn't surprise Yi Tianyun. This answer is normal, he just asked. Of course I understand this, but you are not qualified to join us if you are too weak. Don't confuse it with abandonment. Thank you, Yi Tianyun responded. We want to be self-reliant. We don't want to join any sect. We want to rely on our own strength to support the entire Jade Palace. Many sects have their own rules. Those who are too weak can't join, and those who are too weak can't join. Basically the same principle. But they were abandoned, and now they still want to join. This is unreasonable. Yi Tianyun's words made the elders' eyes light up. They need this kind of words. If they are abandoned, they absolutely won't join. Self-reliant is good. There is no need to join the sect that abandoned them. Jade Palace and Qingxian Mansion have a good relationship. Many disciples have successfully married with disciples of Qingxian Mansion, but in the end, they simply ignore this relationship and choose to abandon them. Strictly speaking, it couldn't be considered as abandonment. After all, the two of them hadn't gotten together yet, but their relationship wasn't bad. If even this didn't help them, then there was no way that they would choose to join. Pa, 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 Inspector Gu applauded and looked at them contemptuously. What a self-reliant, supporting the entire Jade Palace by yourself. Do you think you're strong just because you've defeated 3 small second-rank forces? Any random third-grade force can annihilate all of you. All the elders were expressionless as they stared at him coldly. Could this be considered a threat? Any third-rank force can destroy us. But as long as we don't provoke them, nothing will happen to this remote place, Shi Xueyun said calmly. Very good. Looks like you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Inspector G's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Then I won't waste any more time with you. We, the profound Azure Mansion, want to control this area, so we need a sect that has absolute say in this area, and you are a very suitable sect. Now, I'll give you a choice. Either you absolutely obey us so you can not only live but also get more resources, or you can completely disappear from this world. Finally, after a lot of gentle talk, and after a lot of refusal, the dagger was revealed. The aura of the 3 instantly surged. All of them are at 7th or 8th level of core condensation, and this is only a part of the power of Qingxian Mansion, not all of it. Elder's face changed when they felt this aura. They couldn't help but step back a few steps. This aura is too strong. It's the same level as those old ancestors. His cultivation was lower than those old ancestors, but the aura that burst out of him was stronger than those old ancestors. The reason is very simple. This group of people are young enough, have more treasures, and cultivate more powerful martial arts. Yi Tianyun looked at them indifferently, using appraisal eye to show their status. Inspector Ge, 7th level of core condensation, wearing best grade spiritual armor, combat power 160,000. Weakness is what attribute can be restrained. Possible drops. Transforming Heaven Palm, low-grade Earth level martial art. Netherworld Step, low-grade Earth level martial art. Inspector Fong. All 3 of their data appeared in front of Yi Tianyun. Without using their martial art and weapons, their combat power has reached 160,000. If they take out their weapons, their combat power will definitely reach 180,000, or even 200,000. Sure enough, the level of a third-grade force is much higher than those old ancestors of second-grade forces. It seems that from the beginning, you have this idea. Shi Xueyun said coldly. That's right. No matter what, you have to surrender to us. There's no other choice but to die. Originally, those 3 forces were going to merge into one force to help us rule this area, but I didn't expect you to wipe them out. I really didn't expect that your Jade Palace would have this kind of ability. It's really unexpected. Inspector Ge sneered. If you refuse, then unfortunately, I will choose other forces, but from today onwards, Jade Palace will be destroyed. It will no longer exist. It seems that you are very confident that you can wipe out our Jade Palace. Shi Xueyun's expression is indifferent, without the slightest fear. During this time, her cultivation also advanced by leaps and bounds, breaking through to 8th level core condensation in one fell swoop. Inspector Ge squinted at her and smiled. I know that you have a helper. It should be a peak core condensation cultivator, or even a strong cultivator, who just broke through to spirit core realm. Our guess is that it was either your ancestor or some other helper. Otherwise, how could the 3 great forces be destroyed so easily? In that case, hurry up and call him out. Let us see how strong he is. Several elders look weird. The person who destroyed the 3 forces is right in front of them. It seems that they don't know that Tianyun is the strong cultivator who killed the three forces. They only heard that there is a super strong cultivator who helped destroy the three forces. But who is it? They are not sure. At least they don't think Tianyun is the super strong cultivator. He looks too young. Shuiyun is already very heaven-defying. It's impossible that Tianyun is also so heaven-defying, right? After waiting for a while, the person didn't appear at all. Where is he, hiding and not daring to come out? Or have they already left this place? Inspector Gus smiled contemptuously and said, "Looks like you're hiding in the dark like a coward. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so confident. Let me repeat myself. Either you surrender to us and obey our orders, or you will be completely obliterated. Of course, Palace Lord sure has to go back with us. Our mansion lord specifically asked you to stay. With your talent, it's a very good choice to be our mansion lord's concubine. The offspring will definitely be a strong cultivator." Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly burst out and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Pa! His whole body was sent flying by a slap. A large part of his face was swollen, his teeth were scattered on the ground, and his mouth was full of blood. "Isn't your mansion lord a pig? Is he qualified to marry my aunt as a concubine? Damn it, let him go mate with other sows." Chapter 118. After slapping Inspector Ge, Tianyun couldn't help but curse. Wanting to marry Shuiyun as a concubine was an insult to him. He couldn't even marry her as his legal wife, let alone a concubine. The status of a concubine was already low enough, and this was a great insult to him. Inspector Ge was stunned by the slap, and he didn't even have time to react. He had been vigilant from the beginning, but he didn't expect that he couldn't be faster than this slap. The other two were dumbfounded. They didn't even have time to react, and Inspector Ge was sent flying by the slap. As soon as he said he would make a move, he did it without any hesitation. The three elders behind him were dumbfounded, but it wasn't unexpected. The other party had been forced to this point, and if they were in his shoes, they would also want to make a move. However, Tianyun's attack was too fast, unbelievably fast. "How dare you insult our mansion master with such strength? Kill them!" Inspector Ge slapped the ground and jumped up. He quickly pulled out a top-grade spiritual sword, and when he was ready to fight, Tianyun rushed over and slapped him again, sending him flying again. "Kill who?" Tianyun looked at him coldly. "You're quite arrogant, saying that your mansion master is a pig, and praising him. I feel that he's worse than a pig. Just because he has some ability, he thinks he's powerful." Inspector Ge was slapped again, and all his teeth were gone. His mouth was full of blood, and it looked terrifying. You, Qing Xian Mansion won't let you off." Slap. "Qing Xian Mansion won't let you off." You, slap. Inspector Ge was slapped again, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. The speed and strength were too strong, and 2 or 3 slaps were enough to make him dizzy, and he didn't have the strength to fight back. The other 2 inspectors rushed over to help, but Shuiyun quickly intercepted them and blocked them. An extremely cold aura collided with them, and both of them were pushed back. Pa pa pa. At this time, applause came from outside. A middle-aged man came in from outside and looked at them with a smile. "You're worthy of being called a young hero. You have such cultivation at such a young age. You must be at core condensation stage 8th or 9th level, right? How can your Jade Palace have a male elder with such a strong cultivation? I don't know where he got this helper from, but he looks pretty good." The middle-aged man who walked in had a smile on his face. Judging from his attire, it was obvious that he was from the Qing Xian Mansion. Elder Wei. Inspector Ge hurriedly got up, but he looked rather disheveled, and his speech was unclear. Tianyun looked up, and the appraisal eyes quickly displayed detailed data. Elder Wei, second level of Spirit Core stage, wearing low-grade Soul Tool armor, Exploding Claw, mid-grade Earth level martial art, Dragon Cloud Step, low-grade Earth level martial art, etc. Overall combat power, 280,000. Its weakness was that it excelled in close combat, and long-range attacks could disrupt its formation. Possible drops: Exploding Claw, Dragon Cloud Step, 280,000 combat power, second level of Spirit Core stage. Even without the appraisal eyes, everyone can feel the oppressive power. The entire hall was shrouded by this power. They didn't even get close to the hall, but they already felt the pressure doubled. Shuiyun's face slightly changed. Sure enough, they came prepared. The three major forces were eliminated, so it's impossible for three people to destroy the entire Jade Palace. No wonder Inspector Go was so arrogant. He wanted to force the so-called strong man hiding in the dark to come out, and then come out to attack. But now, the so-called strong man hasn't come out yet, but Elder Wei has already been forced to come out. Elder Wei looked at Tianyun, raised his hand, and said, "If you have the ability, why don't you try to slap him again?" He released all his power, just to let everyone know that his cultivation has reached second level of Spirit Core stage. Mou and Great Elder's face turned ugly, although they were prepared for this. But when the real strong man of Spirit Core stage came out, their hearts skipped a beat, and they felt the pressure doubled. Looking at Tianyun, can they still deal with him? For them, Spirit Core stage is a legendary existence. So many old ancestors have spent their whole life to break through to Spirit Core stage. They all pin their hope on Shuiyun. Only she has the chance to break through to Spirit Core stage. Of course, now there is Tianyun, but he hasn't broken through to Spirit Core stage. How can they deal with him? Inspector Go felt that with Elder Wei's support, he arrogantly looked at Elder Wei with disdain, thinking that with Elder Wei's help, who would dare to touch him? Touching him is equal to not giving face to Elder Wei. He is a strong man of Spirit Core stage. Come on, weren't you very arrogant just now? If you have the ability, then continue to hit me. Inspector Gu turned his face to the side, signaling Tianyun to hit him. Pa! A crisp sound echoed in the hall. Inspector Go was once again sent flying by the slap. After rolling several times, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. I have seen cheap people, but I have never seen such a cheap person. If you want me to hit you, then I will satisfy your wish. Tianyun waved his hand. His eyes were full of contempt. This slap is really equivalent to slapping Elder Wei's face. The other elders are stunned. Facing a strong Spirit Core stage, how can he be so confident? Very good. It seems that you are quite brave. No matter who you are, you will die today. Elder Wei fiercely stomped on the ground, and a large piece of the hard ground cracked, like a dense spider web, spread out in all directions. In the next moment, it sprinted over at an extremely fast speed. It was like a gust of wind, or more like a soaring wind dragon, whistling as it charged over. Earth level martial art, Dragon Cloud Steps. It is unbelievably fast. They can't even see it clearly. Even Shuiyun can only see an afterimage. This is too fast. He didn't even use his full strength, but the power that burst out from his body has completely crushed them. While sprinting towards Tianyun, his eyes were full of killing intent. He opened his big hand to grab Tianyun's head. His eyes were full of killing intent. Tianyun! Shuiyun didn't hesitate at all. Her white dress fluttered slightly, and the next moment she flashed in front of Tianyun, blocking the attack for him. The palace treasure burst out. The extreme cold surged out crazily, forming a domain in front of them that can freeze everything. Insignificant skill. Get out of my way. Elder Wei's palm turned into a sharp claw, and with a wha sound, the whole domain was torn apart as if it was a piece of paper. without any difficulty. This palm that turned into a sharp claw only aimed at Shiwayun. It didn't change its direction. Shiwayun's eyes narrowed, and a cold light shot out from her eyes. Just when she was about to block, a warm palm gently hugged her waist and gently pulled her back. Like a feather, she floated in the air for a while, and then slowly fell down. When she got a clear look, she saw a figure covered in dragon scales going up to meet her. He raised his palm and slapped it down heavily. Pa! It was still the same crisp and melodious sound. Elder Wei was sent flying by the slap, and a few of his teeth were broken. Chapter 119. Yi Tianyun has never been afraid of arrogant people because he is even more arrogant. So what if you are a spirit core stage cultivator? He can still kill you in seconds. With just one slap, Elder Wei was sent flying, and several of his teeth were broken. If it wasn't for his high cultivation, his head would have been broken. Your face is really thick. You still didn't die from that slap. Yi Tianyun shook his hand. He used all his strength just now, but he only sent Elder Wei flying, and his teeth were broken, but his head didn't explode. He had even activated his dragon god bloodline, so his violent power was several times stronger than before. His speed is even faster than Elder Wei. Inspector Ge and the others were dumbfounded. Elder Wei's speed is not as fast as this kid. You dare to hit me, I will kill you. Elder Wei bellowed furiously, and a pair of sharp claws appeared in his hands, which he equipped. There were very few people who would use claws as weapons, and Elder Wei was one of them. These claws were only low-grade soul tools. Just by looking at the 5-inch-long blades, one could tell how ferocious they were. If you are clawed hard, your whole body will be cut into several pieces. Even if it is just a scratch, a few pieces of flesh will be cut off. Yi Tianyun didn't fight empty-handed, but he used Frost Fist. He didn't dare to be careless. His opponent is a low-grade soul tool, and his cultivation is at spirit core stage. After using his full strength, his combat power soared to 300,000. Compared to the peak of core condensation realm, it is much stronger. It is absolutely a level of crushing. Gloves. I didn't expect you to use gloves. Using this kind of weapon in front of me is simply courting death. Elder Wei is already angry to the extreme. The slap just now completely infuriated him. In the next moment, he used Dragon Cloud Step again and rushed over. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yi Tianyun. He waved his claws and fiercely clawed towards Yi Tianyun. The sound of the claws cutting through the air echoed in everyone's ears. The flashing light even left a deep mark on the ground. Exploding claw. A series of sonic booms exploded in the air. The instant the hand reached out, its speed increased once again, reaching a terrifying level. Elder Wei intended to kill Yi Tianyun in one hit with this move. He would not hold back at all. His speed dazzled them. They couldn't even see him clearly. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Yi Tianyun. Shiwayun opened her mouth and wanted to shout, but she realized that her voice was probably not as fast as her opponent's attack speed. This astonishing speed caused Inspector Ge and the others to smile knowingly. Enraging Elder Wei would only result in death. At this moment, a strange light flickered in Yi Tianyun's eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and in the next moment, an ice domain appeared in the surroundings, causing Elder Wei's attack speed to drop drastically. Originally, Elder Wei's attack was just an afterimage, but now, everyone could see it clearly. Freeze. Bang. The effect of the Frost Fist instantly exploded, freezing Elder Wei, who was rushing over. He was unable to move at all, just like an ice sculpture. In the next moment, Yi Tianyun raised his palm and slapped Elder Wei's face, sending him flying out of the room. Another slap sent him flying away. His teeth almost fell out. Just like how Inspector Ge was treated previously, His teeth were all gone. Even his face was swollen beyond belief. After rolling a few times, Elder Wei's frozen body recovered, and he quickly jumped up from the ground. He looked at Yi Tianyun with eyes full of fear. Just now, he suddenly couldn't move, as if he was frozen. This was a terrifying thing for a life and death duel. Fortunately, Yi Tianyun didn't stab him. Otherwise, he would definitely be dead. Of course, Yi Tianyun wouldn't end his life so quickly. He still wanted to experience the strength of a spirit core stage cultivator, so he could evaluate his future opponents. What? Didn't you say that you want to kill me? Yi Tianyun spread out his hands, and he thought about the effect of this weapon. At most, it would freeze him for 5 seconds. The higher the cultivation, the shorter the freezing time. Unfortunately, the effect of this weapon wouldn't increase with his cultivation, but with the grade of the weapon. If it increased with his cultivation, then it would be amazing. When the inspectors and elders saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. A spirit core stage powerhouse was slapped twice. If the first slap was too careless, then it was understandable, but the second slap was different. After Shi Shuyan saw it, she breathed a deep sigh of relief. Her heart was in her throat. She was afraid that Yi Tianyun would be torn into several pieces by the claws. What kind of evil martial art is this? Elder Wei said coldly. Is this important? Yi Tianyun had turned this question into his pet phrase. Every time he encountered this kind of situation, he couldn't help but ask this question. That was because it was too strange. It was a strange martial art that they had never seen before. That was why they were so shocked. Elder Wei's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that he, a spirit core stage cultivator, would be played by his opponent. What? Can't say anything? Then it's my turn to attack. Let's finish this quickly. Don't waste time. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed, and he began to mobilize the power in his body. Crazy damage mode, activate. Crazy experience mode, activate. Boom. After activating the crazy damage mode, his power suddenly increased by 4 times, and his battle power showed an explosive increase. His original battle power of more than 100,000 was ruthlessly increased by 4 times, reaching 390,000 battle power. Because the armor and other things increased his combat power, the effect of the enhancement was on top of his original strength. The Dragon God bloodline also had the effect of quadrupling the damage, so the final superimposed damage reached 390,000. How much damage did his opponent do? Even after equipping his weapon, he only dealt around 300,000 damage. At most, he would deal 320,000 damage. But now, he had already dealt 390,000 damage. If his cultivation hadn't increased by 2 levels, he wouldn't have been able to surpass Elder Wei. The original basic damage was the most important. Without amazing cultivation, quadrupling the damage was futile. An explosive aura surged out in all directions in a tyrannical manner, engulfing everyone. A wave of horror surged from their hearts, and they all had the same thought at the same time. Spirit core stage cultivator. This aura was stronger than Elder Wei's. Didn't this mean that Yi Tianyun's cultivation had reached the spirit core stage? Chapter 120. Yi Tianyun's words are like thunder, exploding in their ears. Elder Wei and the others didn't expect that Jade Palace has an old ancestor who broke through to Spirit Core Realm, or some helper, but they didn't expect it to be this young man in front of them. He looks younger than Shi Shuyan, but his cultivation is far beyond Shi Shuyan. Monster. He was definitely a monster. This is impossible. You are so young. They were all shocked. He was about 17 years old, yet he had already reached the spirit core stage. How did he cultivate? The answer is certainly not cultivation, but killing monsters to level up. As long as there are enough monsters for him to kill, then he can level up instantly. There is no limit, no bottleneck. Nothing is impossible. Qingxian Mansion. Since Qingxian Mansion forced us to this step, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed with cold light. He suddenly stomped his foot, and with a boom sound, he instantly exploded. His whole body seems to be assimilated into a dragon, rushing forward madly. His speed is a level faster than Elder Wei. Dragon God Secret Art. Second style Dragon God Fist. In an instant, he arrived in front of Elder Wei, and then smashed his fist. The violent fist turned into a dragon's head, fiercely biting down on Elder Wei. Elder Wei waved his sharp claws to attack Yi Tianyan, but compared to him, his speed is still too slow. The most important thing is that during the attack, the Frost Fist constantly releases the power of frost, greatly slowing down Elder Wei's attack speed. As long as Elder Wei's cultivation is not very high, then he will be firmly controlled. Boom! A heavy punch landed on Elder Wei's body. A red tyrannical aura turned into a huge dragon and penetrated through Elder Wei's body. Following that, Elder Wei was sent flying by the punch and smashed into the wall in the distance. Bang! After smashing into the wall, he slid down the wall. Everyone could see that his chest had caved in. Even though he was wearing armor, his body had still been pierced through by that overbearing punch. The wall that was smashed by him was almost pierced through. Dense cracks spread out from the place where he smashed, and one could feel the tyrannical power from it. Puffed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked like he was on the verge of death. A single punch had instantly killed him. If it weren't for the armor on his body, which helped to block a lot of the damage, his body would have already been punched through. You sure are tough. Yi Tianyan swung his hand. He had nearly punched Elder Wei to death. Activate Lucky Aura. Successfully activated Luck Aura, increasing luck by 10 times, consuming 100 crazy point per second. At this time, he activated Luck Aura. He didn't activate it before because he had already upgraded it on the way back and spent 100,000 crazy points. He had successfully upgraded his luck halo to level 2, instantly increasing his luck by 5 times. This made him exclaim in shock that this was a scam. He thought that it would increase by 10 times, but he didn't expect it to only increase by 5 times, and the consumption is 100 crazy point per second. This kind of consumption really made him not dare to keep it on like before. Now that he activated it, his eyes became sharp. It's time to end this. Yi Tianyun stepped on the ground, and suddenly a long spear appeared in his hand. This is the Blood Fiend Divine Spear, and he aimed it at Elder Wei. If you kill me, Qingxian Mansion will not let you go. We will destroy your Jade Palace. We will destroy. He couldn't finish the rest of the sentence. Yi Tianyun's long spear has already penetrated his heart, and the violent blood fiend power engulfed his consciousness. Elder Wei's eyes widened, and all signs of life quickly disappeared, leaving behind only a corpse. Ding! Successfully killed Elder Wei. Gained 200. 000 EXP. 5. 000 Crazy Point. Obtained Martial Arts Exploding Claw, Dragon Cloud Step, Thundercloud Claw. Obtained Dragonbone Divine Armor, Tyrant Dragon Claw, Quintuple EXP Card, Blast Divine Pill. A lot of things burst out, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Although it doesn't look like a set, but it's definitely a good thing. All of them are soul tool level treasures. And there's even an earth level martial art. After all, he is a spirit core realm expert, so the things he drops will definitely not be too bad. After all, this is not the same as looting his storage ring. The things are not the same. Luck is really different. All the basic things are out, but unfortunately there is no reward for fighting a higher level opponent. Yi Tianyan shook his head. The opponent is at the 2nd level of Spirit Core Realm, but after killing him, there is no reward for fighting a higher level opponent. It can only be said that according to the system's judgment, this is not counted as fighting a higher level opponent, so there is no reward. Immediately, he turned his eyes and looked at Inspector Gu and the others. Inspector Gu and the others suddenly felt cold in their heart. They specifically asked for Elder Wei's help. They absolutely have the confidence to destroy Jade Palace, but they didn't expect that even Elder Wei is dead, and he was easily killed by Yi Tianyun, completely crushed by Yi Tianyun. This time they finally believe that the young man in front of them is the one who saved Jade Palace. His strength is beyond their imagination. What do you want to do? You killed our Elder Wei. I advise you to stop. Otherwise, Mansion Lord will really destroy your Jade Palace. If you let us go, after we go back, we will ask Mansion Lord to let us go. Feeling Yi Tianyun's cold killing intent, Inspector Ji's legs trembled. The other two are also the same. This kind of cultivation is not something they can resist. They can only use Qingxian Mansion to suppress them. I don't know who just said, we are not 3-year-old children. How can we still ask such a childish question? Do you really think that if we let you go back, you will really plead for us and ask Mansion Lord to let us go? Don't be too naive. If we let you go back in a few days, I am afraid that Qingxian Mansion will attack us, right? Yi Tianyun sneered. If I let you go back, you will die. If I don't let you go back, you will also die. Why don't you stay here and die with us? Inspector Ji's face changed. It seems that Yi Tianyun has no intention to let them go. No, if you let us go. Before he finished speaking, Yi Tianyun has already turned into a red light and pierced through Inspector Gu. He doesn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. Ding successfully killed Inspector Gu, gained 140,000 EXP, 3,800 crazy point, obtained martial art transforming heaven palm, Netherworld step, obtained treasure broken heaven sword, 100,000 experience pill. The things that dropped are relatively more, especially the experience card and experience pill. These are relatively rare to drop, but in general they are not very strong elite, so the things that dropped are relatively limited. High cultivation does not necessarily mean that they are super elite. It must be those with extremely high status and power to drop particularly good things. This time it's your turn. Yi Tianyun turned his eyes and looked at Inspector Fong and the others, making them tremble in fear. Chapter 121. After Elder Wei died, they were destined to die. Since the strongest among them had been killed, the rest of them could only wait for death. Inspector Gu, in particular, was also pierced by the spear and died instantly. The violent power made their hearts tremble. If they knew that this was not Yi Tianyun's full strength, what would they think? We will not tell anyone. When Inspector Fong and the rest saw Yi Tianyun's demonic gaze, their hearts trembled. It was not easy for them to climb to this position. They did not expect to die here. How could they accept this? What's the point of saying this now? Don't waste my time. The next moment, Yi Tianyun completely ignored their pleas for mercy. He turned into a red light and rushed over, scaring them so much that they turned around and ran outside. At this time, Yi Tianyun stretched out his hand, and a terrifying suction force swept out. Like a tornado, it sucked them over and stuck them on his palm. The absorbing star's great skill activated and extracted the spiritual energy in their bodies crazily, turning it into a lot of experience points. Previously, he had wanted to suck Elder Wei dry, but in the end, he chose to kill him in one move. It was to be safe. While he was absorbing, he could not attack. So, if he was attacked later, it would not be a good thing. Therefore, after killing Elder Wei, he wanted to properly absorb the experience and ruthlessly suck them dry. This process did not take long. In just a short while, they were completely sucked dry. There was not a bit of spiritual energy left in them. In total, he gained more than 700,000 experience points. On average, The two of them were worth more than 300,000 experience points. This was more experience points than killing them. This had always been the case. If he could suck them dry and then kill them, the experience points he would gain would be more. Qing Xian Mansion will not let you off, the two of them shouted weakly. They knew that they could not escape death. In the end, this was the only thing they could say. I've said it before. Even if Qing Xian Mansion doesn't come looking for trouble with me, I will go looking for trouble with Qing Xian Mansion. Yi Tianyun snorted coldly. Then he swung his gun at them twice and activated his lucky halo. He didn't dare to keep it on for too long. This was definitely a life-threatening existence. Ding successfully killed Patrol Inspector Fong, gained 160. 000 EXP, 3600 Crazy Point, gained Martial Art Transforming Heaven Palm, Netherworld Step. Ding successfully killed Inspector Zhang, gained 160. 000 EXP, 3600 Crazy Point, gained Martial Art Transforming Heaven Palm, Netherworld Step, gained Ancient Heavenly Spear, Falling Cloud Boots. They had all repeatedly dropped martial arts, which meant that he already had 3 copies of the Heaven Transformation Palm. However, the more the better, so he didn't care. These were all Earth-level martial arts. If they were sold, they could fetch a good price. There would definitely be as many as there were. However, even with 10x luck, some of the items did not drop. This was just to increase the drop rate, and it wasn't a guaranteed drop. However, being able to obtain a martial art was already very good. Tianyun, did you break through to Spirit Core Realm? Sure, Shuayun, and the others were still shocked. Elder Wei was killed by Yi Tianyun without any difficulty. It really made them dumbfounded. Before, he was still in core condensation, but in a blink of an eye, he reached Spirit Core Realm. How did he cultivate? They always wanted to ask, but they didn't dare to. Yi Tianyun's cultivation was much stronger than them, so they didn't dare to ask. As for Sure Shuayun, as long as Yi Tianyun was fine, she would only be happy. No, I haven't broken through to Spirit Core Realm yet, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. What? Their expressions froze again. He hadn't even broken through to the Spirit Core stage, but he could already kill Elder Wei. What would happen if he broke through to the Spirit Core stage? What will happen if he breaks through to Spirit Core Realm? Great Elder. And the others looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. They thought that Sure Shuayun was the fastest to break through to Spirit Core Realm, but now Yi Tianyun is the fastest, and he hasn't broken through to Spirit Core Realm, but he can still kill a Spirit Core Realm expert. This is the most shocking thing. But now it's even more troublesome. After Qing Xian Mansion learns about this, they will definitely attack. After killing Elder Wei, they suddenly felt relieved. Finally, this matter is over, but in fact, this is just the beginning. They killed 3 patrol envoys and an elder of Qing Xian Mansion. Qing Xian Mansion will definitely not let them go. If they don't destroy Jade Palace, they won't be able to calm their anger. What followed was naturally a deep sense of worry. For the time being, they can't send any information to the other side, but soon they noticed the problem. The people they sent haven't come back for so long, so there must be something wrong. This time they are silent. Yi Tianyun is very strong, but the power of Qing Xian Mansion is not so easy to deal with. Elder Wei is just one of the Spirit Core Realm experts. There are more powerful ones. He can kill a 2nd-level Spirit Core Realm expert, but what about 5th or 6th level? Or even 7th or 8th level? There will always be a limit. It's impossible to fight a cultivator with higher cultivation. Qing Xian Mansion, for me, it's not difficult to destroy them. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. If someone else heard this, they would think that they are overestimating themselves. In the face of such a big Qing Xian mansion, how can one person deal with it? But thinking that he can deal with the three major forces before, as long as he has enough time, destroying Qing Xian mansion is not a problem. But do you have that much time now? We all believe that you can do it, but now you have time. The elders' attitude towards Yi Tianyan has changed completely. They all believe that he can do it, as long as he has enough time. Everything will be different. There is something that I wanted to tell you, but I didn't say it until now. Now I can tell you. Yi Tianyan squinted his eyes and said, "Come with me." They looked at each other, not knowing what Yi Tianyan wants to tell them. Sure, Shi Weiyun didn't ask anything. After she told Lu Minglian to go back, she followed Yi Tianyan. After they went out, they sat on the giant eagle and began to fly to heaven's immersing ancient ruins. It's not difficult to control, and the good things of Qing Xian Mansion belong to them. Is this the way to heaven's immersing ancient ruins? The elders immediately saw it. Yes, it's the way to heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Yi Tianyan said indifferently. This could it be? The elders looked at each other. They already have a guess in their mind. There is only one reason to go to heaven's immersing ancient ruins when it is closed. That is, Yi Tianyan can open it. Chapter 122. Riding on the giant eagle, they soon arrived at the heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Fortunately, the giant eagles don't recognize anyone as their master, so whoever controls them can control their flight. That's why they were able to get here so quickly. Here we are. After Yi Tianyan came down from the giant eagle, he walked to the front of the heavens immersing ancient ruins and waved his hand. The gate of the heavens immersing ancient ruins lit up and began to slowly open. This scene stunned all of them. Although they were prepared for it, they were still shocked when they saw Yi Tianyan can control this place. What are you waiting for? Come in. Yi Tianyan took the lead and walked through the barrier. Sure, Shi Weiyun smiled slightly and followed him, easily passed through the barrier and entered the heavens immersing ancient ruins. The other three elders also walked in. They didn't have any difficulty entering the barrier. Even the giant eagle was able to come in without any obstacles. We really came in. After they came in, they saw this familiar scene. They haven't been here for many years. They came here when they were young, and now they have reached this age. They couldn't help but sigh. Tianyan, how did you do this? Shi Weiyun asked. It's very simple. When I was looking for martial arts in front of the trial stone tablet, I finally obtained the inheritance of the entire heavens immersing ancient ruins. I am now the inheritor of this place. Everything here belongs to me, or is controlled by Elder Xian. Yi Tianyan waved his hand. Elder Xian appeared in front of them, looking at them with a smile. The sudden appearance of a person startled them. When they saw it clearly, they found that it's not a real person, but an illusion. Young master, you've brought people in. Welcome. Elder Xian said politely. They all nodded. It seems that this place is not simple. The pressure that Elder Xian gave them is very strong. There are no treasures in this heavens immersing ancient ruins. As you saw before, everything has been looted. But as a place for cultivation and shelter, it is absolutely perfect. As long as we move all of our disciples here, it will be much safer than Jade Palace, and the cultivation environment here will be much better than Jade Palace. Yi Tianyan said with a smile. As long as we hide here, profound Azure Mansion will never know where we are, Yi Tianyan said with a smile. But in this way, we will have to abandon Jade Palace. This is a difficult choice, but for now we can only compromise. Originally, Yi Tianyan only wanted to tell Shi Weiyun about this, so he can only say it in advance. He intends to let all disciples come in. This place is not only safe, but also has more cultivation places, which will greatly improve cultivation speed. But they have to abandon Jade Palace, which is their foundation. But if they don't do this, They will perish. Tianyun didn't dare to say that he could destroy the profound Azure Mansion, as he didn't know how powerful the profound Azure Mansion was. Moreover, there were so many of them that he couldn't deal with them in a short time. Hiding inside was undoubtedly the best choice. They didn't think for long and immediately nodded. This is indeed a difficult choice, but we have no other choice. The elders smiled bitterly as they shook their heads. Weak forces like them were merely puppets. It was the same for the other three powers as well. They were nothing more than puppets of the Qingxian Mansion, and they wanted to make use of their strength to take over the area and gain control over it. The reason for this was very simple. It was for resources. If they compromise, the result is not good. In addition to becoming puppets, Jade Palace will be separated. It's impossible for them to let Jade Palace remain the same. They will definitely arrange a lot of people to enter Jade Palace. At that time, Jade Palace will no longer be Jade Palace, but a branch of Qingxian Mansion. Compromising was just dragging out an ignoble existence. It was up to him which he would choose. If it was something like a subsidiary, they might be able to accept it if they didn't interfere with the management. Attaching to a big force would be of great help to them. But Qingxian Mansion has completely infiltrated. At that time, all the female disciples will be forcibly combined with the disciples of Qingxian Mansion. This is simply inhumane. But for Tianyun, just forcing Shi Shuiyun to be the concubine of the mansion, Lord of Qingxian Mansion, is already intolerable. Whether it's surrender or resistance, Shi Shuiyun will be captured as a concubine. This undoubtedly completely angered him. Don't worry about this. Trees die when moved, people live when moved. I remember that the old ancestor of Jade Palace also came from the outside. There's nothing he can't do, and the environment of heaven's immersing ancient ruins is better than Jade Palace. Choosing a good place is the right way. Shi Shuiyun continued at this time. When our strength is improved, no one will dare to do this to us. Their foundation is too weak now. When their overall cultivation is improved, then this kind of thing will not happen. The other elders nodded. This is the only thing they can do now. The saying of survival of the fittest is reflected in them. If you are too weak, you will be devoured. If you don't want to be devoured, you can only become stronger. Then the best thing to do now is to summon all the disciples and prohibit everyone from going out. With the current situation of heaven's immersing ancient ruins, there is no problem to accommodate everyone. Shi Shuiyun said. The elders nodded. They want to summon all the disciples as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Qingxian Mansion reacted, it will be too late. Immediately, they began to prepare. At this time, Tianyun said to Shi Shuiyun, "Aunt, I have to go out for a while." "Where?" Shi Shuiyun was startled. At this time, Tianyun is still running around. It's dangerous outside. "I need to go out and practice. I can't break through if I stay here," Tianyun said with a dignified expression. The heavens immersing ancient ruins is a good place, but it's impossible for him to break through. Although he can use the absorbing star's great technique to cultivate here, but if he drains all the spiritual power here, it's very easy for the heavens immersing ancient ruins to collapse. Last time he absorbed a little bit of spiritual power, but it's already gone. His goal is not to level up 1 or 2, but to level up more than 5 or 6. Without reaching the 5th or 6th level of Spirit Core Realm, how can he fight the enemy? Heaven's immersing ancient ruins great formation is already broken. If he continues like this, it will definitely collapse. With his current level, he can't repair it at all. He needs at least a 5th grade Divine Rune Master to repair it. His current level is far from enough. He hasn't even used it much, let alone repair it. Shi Shuiyun was silent for a while, and finally can only sigh. Tianyun, she just gently called out Tianyun's name, but couldn't say anything else. "Aunt, don't worry. I will be back soon. You don't need to worry about my safety." At this time, E.T. Onion took out the 100 transformation mask, put it on his face, and instantly changed his face. "Look, who can recognize me? This is really amazing. This treasure is so magical." After Shi Shuiyun saw it, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. "She is worried about this." "Yes, are you still worried that I will be recognized?" E.T. Onion smiled lightly. Chapter 123. Now that E.T. Onion has the 100 transformation mask, Shi Shuiyun is relieved. She is not as worried as before, but she is very sorry that E.T. Onion has been busy. After letting Shi Shuiyun feel at ease, E.T. Onion began to refine tools and pills like crazy. He refined all the materials he obtained before, and obtained a large number of weapons and pills, but he didn't give them to Shi Shuiyun. He sold them all. Supreme Spirit Tool, selling price, 5,000 crazy point. Do you want to sell? Sell. Third level pill, selling price 3,000 crazy point. Sell? Sell. Best Spirit Tool. He sold all of them, not keeping a single one, just for the crazy points. Crazy point. I need a lot of crazy point. E.T. Onion is going crazy. He wants to upgrade his Dragon God bloodline or crazy mode, but it requires too much crazy point. For this reason, he sold all the weapons and martial arts he obtained before in exchange for crazy point. After clearing all of them, he investigated the data. Player, E.T. Onion level, 30 10th level core condensation. EXP, 298728 crazy point. Prestige, 230 cultivation technique. Dark North Divine Art, Dragon God Secret Art, Xian Tian Divine Art Ability. Absorbing Star's Great Technique, Blood Fiend Soaring Heaven Weapon. Frost Fist, Blood Fiend Divine Spear, Endless Sword, Chaotic Heaven Sacred Axe Armor. Divine Armor, Shadow Cloak, Chaotic Heaven Divine Armor, Chaotic Heaven Battle Boots Divine Ability, Crazy Mode, Luck Aura Bloodline, Dragon God, Bloodline Decoration, Forging God Hammer, Power Bracelet, Power Ring, Power Belt, Blood Fiend Bracelet all items, 18 Recovery Pill, Gift Pack LV31, Life X1, Bad Luck Divine Pill, 5 times EXP card, Blast Divine Pill Treasure, Purple Fire Divine Furnace Title, Guardian Flame, Immortal Fire. Looking at the amount of experience required, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. When he breaks through to Spirit Core Realm, he will need more experience. Therefore, other than going to a more powerful place to kill demonic beasts and cultivate, there was no other way. There was one more thing, and that was equipment forging and alchemy. To be honest, he had always thought about this, but it was impossible. First of all, the materials were not endless. It would take a long time before a new batch of materials could be obtained. Moreover, the experience gained was not particularly great. Unless he had a huge pile of materials to refine, waiting for materials to be used to refine and upgrade his equipment wasn't worth it at all. The situation at the Qingxian mansion was already very urgent. How could he wait for the materials to be refined? Level up Dragon God Bloodline. Ding! Successfully deducted 10,000 crazy points. Successfully upgraded Dragon God Bloodline to level 3. The next grade, Dragon God Bloodline, requires 500,000 crazy point. In an instant, he lost 100,000 crazy points. This was the price he got after selling 20 best grade spirit tools. In fact, he didn't have enough materials to make 20 best grade spirit tools. Only 200,000 crazy points left. I can't upgrade anything. E.T. Onion shook his head. His eyes flashed. He already had a plan in his mind. It seems that I can only buy 10x EXP card, as long as 500,000 crazy points. I can buy almost 4 of them, as long as I kill demonic beasts. Then the level will definitely rise crazily. Immediately, he opened the merchant shop and selected 3 10x EXP card in a row, and then chose to buy it. Unexpectedly, when he clicked on it, a message popped up. Not enough crazy points to buy the third one. Please choose again. What? Etinyan's eyes widened. 50,000 crazy points for a 10x EXP card. He had almost 200,000 crazy points, but he can't even buy 3. After he chose 2 again, he bought them, but he only had nearly 500,000 crazy points left. At this time, the price of 10x EXP card on the item column has been stacked to 150,000 crazy points to buy 1. What the hell is this? Etinyan was shocked. He thought he could buy 3, but now he found out that he was too naive. The price will still rise. He checked the note. Consumables. Buy 1 will double the price, no limit. Isn't this a scam? Etinyan wanted to curse. This means that after buying the third one, the fourth 10x EXP card will need 200,000 crazy points. He knew that when he kills monsters in the future, he will definitely get a lot of crazy points, but for now, it is undoubtedly a scam. Forget it. I will buy other multiples of EXP card, and by crazy points card, it is really a scam. Etinyan shook his head. Without crazy points, it is really difficult to move forward. At this time, all the disciples of Jade Palace have finished moving when they know that they can freely enter and exit heaven's immersing ancient ruins. They were shocked. A place they dreamed of. They will live here in the future. How can they not be shocked? At this time, it is also time for Etinyan to leave. He stayed here to see if there will be any changes. He is not in a hurry to leave. Now that Jade Palace has finished moving, it is time for him to leave. Aunt, I have to go. I will be back soon. The control of this place has been transferred to you, so you are equivalent to the second owner. Etinyan can give the control to Shueyun, but he is still the main controller, just one more controller. Well, you must be careful. Shueyun looked at him with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to say a lot, but she couldn't. Etinyan nodded after looking at her for the last time. He turned and disappeared into the distant forest. Shueyun stared for a long time. She doesn't know how long she stood at the door, and finally went back with some reluctance. After saying goodbye, Etinyan went straight to another area, Heavenly Border Continent. The place he stayed before is called Earthly Border Continent. However, the area he stayed in is only a small part of it, but the forces are generally at the peak of second level. There is basically no third level force. Heavenly Border Continent is different. It is more vast, has more forces, and more abundant resources. Qingxian Mansion is here, but it is only one of the forces. There are many more powerful forces here. His purpose here is relatively simple, that is to kill demon beasts. He does not intend to join any sect. He just came here to kill demon beasts. Different areas, the level of demon beasts that exist is basically the same. With his current cultivation, he doesn't know how many demon beasts he needs to kill to level up. Even if he has the patience to kill demon beasts, there is not enough demon beasts for him to kill. Chapter 124. Etinyan rode the black dragon and flew straight to the heavenly boundary continent. He flew at the fastest speed. Finally, after flying for a few days, he saw a sea. On the other side of this sea was a brand new continent. That is the heavenly boundary continent. It really seems like the name. It has the feeling of the heavenly boundary continent. There is a light in the sky covering this area, bathing the entire continent. This looks like a miracle, but many people don't know what is going on. But one thing they know is that the cultivation environment of the heavenly boundary continent is much better than that of the earthly boundary continent. If you want to go to the heavenly boundary continent, you have to cross this sea. It's not difficult, you just need to take a ship to cross. It's just that if you go there, the competitive environment is even worse. So many sects can't bear it, and finally choose to move to the earthly boundary continent. among them, Jade Palace, seems to be moved from the heavenly boundary continent. This seems a bit wasteful, but in a world like a battlefield without a strong cultivation, it's really impossible to survive. Because of this, the heavenly boundary continent didn't have any first-grade forces. The worst ones were second-grade forces, and these second-grade forces were very strong. It was necessary to have a spirit core expert. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive here. Because Tianyun has a black dragon, he can easily cross this sea without a ship. It's just that this black dragon flying in the sky is really dazzling. Look, that's a black dragon. Yes, it's really a black dragon. I didn't expect someone can use a dragon as a mount. This is incredible. How did he do it? The person riding on, it seems very young. When the cultivators who crossed the sea on a ship to the heavenly boundary continent saw the black dragon in the sky, they were all shocked. This is a rare scene, absolutely impossible to see. Tianyun, who is riding on the black dragon, completely ignored their gazes. He knows that if he wants to cross this sea, he must fly or take a ship. However, the time needed to travel by ship was too long, at least a few days. He only needed a short day to cross the entire sea. This was all thanks to the black dragon's astonishing flying speed, which was much faster than the giant eagle. He didn't want to waste time here. He guessed that the Qingxian mansion would only take 2 to 3 months to attack. This meant that he only had 2 to 3 months. 3 months was the limit. By the time they realized that something was wrong, a long time had passed. After all, the Qingxian mansion was located in the heavenly boundary continent, which was quite far away. Even if they rode a giant eagle, it would take them more than a week to get there. Plus, since he is hiding in the heavens, immersing ancient ruins, no one will be able to find him for a while, so he still has some time, at least 2 or 3 months. However, he had given himself a time limit of 3 months. No matter what his cultivation level was, he had to return as soon as possible. Heaven's immersing ancient ruins is too dilapidated. Under the crazy attack, it might really break. Because he was wearing the 100 transformation mask, he didn't have to worry about being recognized. So he rode the black dragon to his heart's content. Riding on the black dragon, he soon arrived at the opposite heavenly boundary continent. As soon as he entered the area, Tianyun immediately felt a strong spiritual power rushing towards him. The spiritual power here is quite strong, at least 2 or 3 times stronger than in the earthly boundary continent. This is enough to shock people. No wonder there are so many strong cultivators here. Just by staying here, the cultivation speed is several times faster than in the earthly boundary continent. And this is just the most ordinary place. If it's a better place, the effect will be absolutely amazing. No wonder so many people came to the heavenly boundary continent. The cultivation environment here is really good. Tianyun nodded. He felt that this place is indeed very suitable for cultivation. Although it's not as good as the spirit gathering formation in the heavens immersing ancient ruins, it's a lot closer. At least it's a blessing for ordinary cultivators. For this reason, many people from the earthly boundary continent came to the heavenly boundary continent to explore. It is precisely because there are too many cultivators here, so there are more conflicts suitable for those extremely radical cultivators. Compared to here, the earthly boundary continent is a bit more gentle, but the cultivation speed is much slower. Soon after, he surveyed his surroundings and saw a city in the distance. After which, he found a remote place and landed. After which, he changed his expression and swaggered towards the nearest city. No one recognized him now, so there's no pressure to walk around. Because he came to this area for the first time, he didn't know where the most monsters were. He could only come here to inquire about the most dangerous place with many monsters. He wanted to go straight to that kind of place. Otherwise, leveling up in other places is too slow. unless he goes crazy here and kills people he sees. Then his level will definitely soar. But he won't do that. Although he is not a good person, he is definitely not a murderous maniac. It is completely not in line with his state of mind. Soon, he came to the nearest city. There are several guards outside the gate. All of them are above the 3rd or 4th level of spirit refinement realm. As long as a cultivator comes in, they will immediately collect money. Tianjin City. Tianyan looked up at the huge city gate. 3 big characters are deeply engraved on it. The person who can engrave these characters is definitely a strong cultivator, at least above the spirit core realm. Wait, are you new here? You can go in after paying 10 gold. The guard stared at the new cultivator and pointed to the sign next to him. Don't you see this sign? If you want to go in, you have to pay 10 gold. The cultivator's face is bitter. His cultivation is only at the body refinement realm, so he doesn't have much money on him. 10 gold is not a small amount, but if he wants to go in, he can only pay. Soon it is Tianyan's turn. He took out 10 gold and put it on the side. Then he can go in and out at will. As long as you come out and then go in, you have to pay 10 gold again. This is equivalent to protection fee. After entering, it is equivalent to being protected by the city. After entering, you can't fight at will, you can't rob, you will be severely punished. There are no rules, so this is equivalent to a novice city, protecting the newcomers. This place is closest to the sea, which means that the cultivators who come here are from the Earth boundary continent, so their cultivation is basically not high. Tianjin City is undoubtedly a very good choice. You can cultivate here. You can also find things to do here, improve your cultivation, and then go to other places. Chapter 125. After Tianyan entered, he saw a bustling street. There was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going, and many of them did not have high cultivation. For them, this place was simply heaven. Compared to the outside, this place was much safer, but without money, it would be impossible to stay here. If you want to enter and exit this place without paying any fees, it is actually relatively simple. That is to become a resident of Heavenly New City. This is done by joining Heavenly New City. The conditions are relatively simple. That is to help Heavenly New City complete tasks. For example, picking spirit herbs, hunting demon beasts, or searching for evil people. As long as you complete a lot of tasks, you can get contribution points. When you reach a certain amount, you can exchange it for permanent residency and other things. It can be said that it is similar to money. You can exchange it for anything. As long as you have enough contribution points, it is not a problem to exchange for an Earth-level martial art, but the number of contribution points required is relatively high. However, Tianyan does not need to care about this. He needs to understand the surrounding information. He went straight to a shop, threw out a gold ingot, and said indifferently, "Give me the detailed information of Heavenly Boundary Continent." When the shopkeeper saw the gold ingot, his eyes lit up. "Very well, please wait a moment." With that, he immediately turned back to the house and took out all the miscellaneous books, which recorded the most detailed situation of the Heavenly Borders continent. Tianyan took it and flipped through it. There is indeed a lot of content. Generally, all aspects are marked, such as the forces, the surrounding danger zones. All are marked one by one. The price is relatively moderate, suitable for those cultivators who have just arrived. After reading for a while, Tianyan frowned. It is true that the danger zones are marked in general, but the detailed content is very little, almost skipped over. This is like saying that a knife is very sharp, but it does not say who made it, what material is used, how much is the price. The detailed content is too little. If you go there, it is dangerous, but without a demon beast that matches your cultivation, it would be a wasted trip. "Shopkeeper, do you have any details about the danger zone?" Tianyan asked. "I don't have that. For more details, you can only go to the Star Pavilion. You can buy all the information you need there." The shopkeeper rubbed his palms together, his face filled with respect. The things that Tianyun wanted were only a few taels of silver, but he gave him an ingot of gold. How could he not be respectful? Star Pavilion, huh? Looks like I can only go there. Tianyun didn't know before, but now he understood the situation. The status of Star Pavilion here is similar to that of Rain House. They sell all kinds of things and information. Here, you can buy all the news about the heavenly boundary continent, even accurate information about a certain cultivator. Of course, the cultivator had to be valuable, such as the one on the wanted list. Only then would the Star Pavilion pay attention to him. As long as the price was high enough, they would give accurate information. They would definitely not cheat people. The Star Pavilion had branches all over the heavenly boundary continent, unlike the Heavenly Rain Pavilion, which had branches, but only in a few cities. This Star Pavilion is powerful. It is equivalent to a force. It belongs to the top of the third grade forces. No one dares to provoke it. It is because of such a strong force that they dare to open these treasure pavilions. Otherwise, in remote places, they would be robbed. Shortly after, he turned around and walked to the entrance of the Star Pavilion. Looking at the towering pagoda in front of him, he felt a sense of pressure. Whether it was the decorations or the materials used, they were all relatively wild, dark steel. A material that can be used to forge an upper-grade spirit tool was used to build the whole pagoda. It can be described as rich and overbearing, not only in Heavenly New City, but also in other cities. It is a symbol of the Star Pavilion. This pagoda is equivalent to a fortress as long as the door is closed. As long as the cultivation is not very high, no one can break in. Is this the Star Pavilion? Why not call it Star Tower? Tianyun smiled and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the guards stared at him. Their cultivation is at 8th level spirit refinement realm. However, after sizing him up for a while, he ignored him. After entering, he can see a strong core condensation realm cultivator walking in this first floor. As one of the stewards here, he is responsible for the safety of this place. Tianyun couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, in this area, it is easy to see people with high cultivation. I don't know how I can help you. The female cultivator next to him greeted him with a smile. As long as a guest comes in, they must greet them with the best smile. Their cultivation is not high, only at 1st level spirit refinement realm. In the 1st grade forces, they are already worthy of training, but here they can only serve as a receptionist. This is the gap between regions. Generally, when the cultivation is not low, the level is a level higher. Tianyun glanced at the 1st floor. There are a lot of good materials, but he doesn't have much interest now. I want to buy information. Tianyun said directly, "Yes, please come with me." The female cultivator took him upstairs. After walking to the 3rd floor, she took him to the innermost part. There is an old man sitting there with his eyes closed. Even when they walked in front of him, he didn't wake up. "Deacon Huang, there is a guest." The female cultivator whispered. Deacon Huang woke up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he looked directly at Tianyun, and after a moment he smiled. "Good boy. You're so young, yet you hide your strength. It seems that you're new to Star Pavilion, right?" "Why do you say that?" Tianyun said. Deacon Huang's cultivation is also not low. He is at 5th level core condensation, which is relatively high. Although I can't see how strong your cultivation is, I can vaguely feel that you have a sense of pressure. Although your aura is very weak, I can still feel a little bit. You're so young and your cultivation isn't bad. You're definitely on the list. Unfortunately, I don't have your memories, so you're probably not from Heavenly Boundary Continent. Deacon Huang smiled. Am I right? In just a short while, Xiao Chun was able to see some clues. It seemed that this stellar pavilion was really something. Is it important? Tianyun smiled indifferently and didn't answer the question. I came here to buy information. where is the most dangerous place with the most demon beasts, and the cultivation level can't be too low, at least core condensation level. Chapter 126. Tianyun doesn't care what Deacon Huang thinks. Anyway, as long as he goes out, he can change his face without any pressure. Deacon Huang squinted his eyes and looked at Tianyun. He has to say that this news is quite impactful, specifically looking for a dangerous place and looking for a core condensation cultivator. It must be to hunt demon beasts. It seems that this friend is planning to hunt demon beasts. Deacon Huang's eyes flashed with interest. I can give you this news, but now I have two options for you. The first option is to hunt demon beasts. As long as you sell them to us, we will give you a good price, and the information fee will be free. The second option is 1,000 gold. We will give you the information directly. Compared to this, I prefer to cooperate with you. The price is absolutely advantageous. I think you know the situation of Star Pavilion. We will definitely give you a good price. It just so happens that we are short of a batch of demon beasts. If you can provide it to us, that would be great. No problem, but I only need materials in exchange, not gold. Ichinyun's eyes lit up. He doesn't hate this kind of condition. Anyway, he is going to kill demon beasts, so collecting the corpses is just a matter of convenience. Deal. Tianyun immediately agreed. This is equivalent to an extra task. Why not accept it? Successfully accepted. Hunting demon beasts task. Hunting 100 core condensation demon beasts. Reward 500. 000 EXP. 10,000 gold. 10,000 crazy point. 10 lottery tickets. Star Pavilion favorability increased by 100. A task suddenly popped up. It's a side task. It makes his eyes light up. He needs this kind of task. Especially if he can build a good relationship with Star Pavilion, this is even better. Star Pavilion has amazing power. It's naturally good to have a good relationship with them. To be honest, there are few places where demon beasts gather, especially those above core condensation. After all, the higher the cultivation of the demon beasts, the more they don't like to live in groups. This time I just got the latest news. That is in the Devil Sea Danger Zone. Deacon Huang said. Devil Sea Danger Zone? Tianyun frowned. There are a total of 5 danger zones in Heavenly Border Continent, one of which is Devil Sea Danger Zone, but the danger level is at least top 3. The main reason was that it was seawater, and it was impossible to fly in the first place. Even if one's cultivation was not bad, one would not be able to move freely in the sea, making it even more difficult. Don't tell me those demonic beasts are all in the sea? This is not an easy task. Tianyun did not like to hunt demonic beasts in the sea. It was not a good thing. He couldn't go on a killing spree in the sea. It was too difficult. Even with the black dragon, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Of course, it's impossible. If you don't have a core transformation stage cultivation, you won't be able to kill the demon beasts in the sea at will. Deacon Huang said sullenly, I'm talking about the demonic cloud island in the demonic sea. I don't know what's going on, but a group of demonic beasts suddenly appeared there. They all climbed up from the bottom of the sea and gathered together. Their cultivation ranges from spirit refinement realm to core condensation realm. However, we can only observe it from afar. As for the details, we are not too sure. We cannot rule out the possibility of an existence with a higher cultivation. Tianyun's eyes lit up. As long as there were a lot of them, it would be more meaningful to use the 10 times EXP card. Deacon Huang said in a deep voice, but the demonic sea is very dangerous. Most people can't fly, so it's even more dangerous to go there by boat. Maybe they will die on the way before they reach the destination. This is the general information. At present, only this information is consistent. There are other powerful demonic beasts, but you said that there are a lot of them gathered together. That's enough. This information is very good. This is what I need. Tianyan was very satisfied. This kind of information can't be obtained from normal channels because the demonic sea is extremely dangerous. Normal cultivators can't go there, so it's impossible to know the information there. It's good that you're satisfied, but this is very dangerous. Are you sure you want to go? If it's just to hunt demonic beasts, I have a few here. Deacon Huang's eyes narrowed. Yi Tianyun's answer made him even more confused. No need, this is it. Yi Tianyun smiled and said, I plan to go to the demonic cloud island to hunt demonic beasts. Your star pavilion doesn't plan to carefully explore or hunt those demonic beasts. Our star pavilion is very powerful, but we're not willing to go everywhere, especially this kind of dangerous place. If we're not careful, a few deacons or elders will lose their lives. This is not a cost-effective thing. Deacon Huang smiled and said, We just need to provide information. We don't care about anything else. Has anyone bought this information? Yi Tianyan squinted and asked. I can't tell you about that. Deacon Huang smiled in a professional manner. Yi Tianyan smiled and didn't force anything. Then, do we need to sign something? Yi Tianyan asked. No need. You've already signed a verbal agreement with me. All the demonic beasts you hunt will be sold to us. Of course, you can keep some for yourself, but you can't sell it to other forces except us. Once you sell it, you'll be in violation of the rules and will be completely blacklisted by our Star Pavilion. We will not sell anything to you in the future. If you can hide the information from us, you can sell it to us. Deacon Huang smiled and said confidently, Star Pavilion's collection of information was top-notch, so if Yi Tianyan sold the demonic beasts, he would definitely be blacklisted. However, Star Pavilion would not eradicate Yi Tianyan. Because of this, they would only blacklist him and never allow him to enter. As one of the top treasure pavilions in Heavenly Border Continent, if Star Pavilion was blacklisted, many treasure pavilions would not be able to enter, which would be a big loss. Don't worry, since I've promised, I will do it. Yi Tianyan smiled and said, I believe you. Deacon Huang said, Then what do you need us to provide, such as a ship or something else? That's not necessary. Just provide me with a general route. Yi Tianyan said, This is a must. I'll give you the corresponding accurate information now. You can take a look at it carefully. Deacon Huang stood up and walked into the room behind him. Soon, he came out with an astrolabe in his hand. This astrolabe allowed him to see the relevant routes. After receiving the astrolabe, Yi Tianyan read the information inside. Sure enough, it was a very detailed map. Even the entire Heavenly Border Continent was included in it. Among them, there was a shining bright spot outside the Heavenly Border Continent. That was Devil Cloud Island. That's Devil Cloud Island. Just follow this route. Deacon Huang smiled and said, Good, then I'll accept it. Wait for my news. Yi Tianyan put away the astrolabe and turned to leave. Young master, wait a minute. How many people are you going with? Deacon Huang asked. No, I'm alone. Chapter 127. After Yi Tianyan left, he went straight to the Devil Cloud Island. After leaving quickly, someone immediately flashed out of the Star Pavilion and stared at Yi Tianyan's figure, and then quickly followed him. But when he went out of the gate, he found that Yi Tianyan had disappeared. What's the situation? He disappeared. The cultivator, who was responsible for tracking Yi Tianyan's situation, was stunned. In a blink of an eye, Yi Tianyan disappeared. He didn't know where he went. He patted his thigh and said in distress, It seems that when I go back, I will definitely be scolded. Yi Tianyan was alone, so Deacon Huang must investigate to see if he was acting alone. He didn't expect him to disappear as soon as he came out. How could he not be distressed? Deacon Huang, the young master is gone. I lost him. The guard who came back lowered his head. His face was full of guilt. It's okay. It's normal for you to lose him. His cultivation is unfathomable. I can't accurately sense how strong he is. But since he has the courage to go to the Devil Cloud Island, his cultivation must not be bad. Deacon Huang waved his hand and said, "This is not your fault. You can go now." The guard finally heaved a sigh of relief and immediately retreated. Deacon Huang's eyes flashed a few rays of light. I don't know where that kid came from. I don't know if he really went to the Devil Cloud Island alone. Although the Star Pavilion happened to be short of demon beasts, it doesn't mean that they will send people to hunt them because the price is too high. At least a lot of core condensation cultivators or spirit core cultivators must be organized. If they didn't have any treasures, it wouldn't be worth it to just go hunting. The demon beast's body can be used as alchemy materials or forging materials. It can also be sold to others for a high price. But for them, there is no need to collect these things themselves. It is enough to rely on acquisition. Outside the city gates, Yi Tianyun naturally sensed that someone was following him as he walked out. However, he paid no attention to it as he activated stealth and disappeared into a corner. After walking out of the city gate, he found a remote corner and summoned the Black Dragon. He rode the Black Dragon and flew towards Devil Cloud Island at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it soared to the limit. Like a sharp arrow, it shot forward at an extreme speed, leaving a black shadow in the sky. It should be roughly in this direction. Yi Tianyun checked the astrolabe. He had been flying for 2 days and was only halfway there. If they were to sail slowly, it would take at least half a month to reach their destination, and the journey would be even more dangerous. Assuming there was no danger, the round trip would take more than a month. If there was no Black Dragon, he would definitely not accept this mission. In fact, compared to this, he wanted to kill his way to Qing Xian Mansion, but his cultivation is not high enough. If he went there and was surrounded, it would be a dead end. When he was about to continue flying towards Devil Cloud Island, he suddenly saw a large ship surrounded by more than a dozen ships on the seashore in the distance. These ships were all small, but they were being towed by sky sharks. Those who can subdue demon beasts, like flying sharks, must not be simple. Hee, boss, there are several beautiful girls on the ship. This time, we can eat meat again. We didn't play enough last time, and this time, they are obviously more beautiful. The pirate next to him smirked and looked at the female cultivators on the ship with pale faces. He licked his lips as if he had encountered a delicious meal. Not bad. This batch looks really good, and the quality is even better. It seems that this is a good sect. Bai Yuntao looked at the cultivators on the ship. His eyes flashed with a bit of sinister light, and immediately said to the cultivators on the ship, "I advise you to surrender. Do you think you can fight us here? This sea region is our world." He wasn't spouting nonsense. With the help of the flying sky shark, they could swim freely in the sea without having to worry about encountering anything. The cultivators on the ship are pale. Their cultivation is not high. Basically, they are at 7th or 8th level of spirit refinement, and the strongest is at 3rd level of core condensation. But compared to the pirates on the opposite side, there are 3 core condensation cultivators. Moreover, they can control a large number of flying sharks. This gap is simply incomparable. We are all from Heaven's Top Mansion. I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise don't blame our sect leader for coming after you. One of the male disciples shouted loudly, but his voice is not full of confidence. Heaven's Top Mansion. Bai Yuntao sneered. That broken sect, and you call it mansion? It's not even as good as a 2nd-level faction, and you call it mansion. Deacon Xian, what should we do? One of the beautiful women in yellow clothes asked with a pale face. They could all imagine what would happen to them if they were captured. The rest of them are the same. They are looking at Deacon Xian, who has the highest cultivation, to see what he can do. This time, they came out to train. They are planning to wander around this area. Although this is the sea, it is not close to the Devil Sea, so it is still safe, but they didn't expect to encounter a group of pirates. Generally speaking, it is rare to encounter pirates, but this time they met a lot of them. Deacon Chen's expression is indifferent. He did not panic at all. Instead, he looked at them and said, "Surrender, this is the best way." What? The female disciples on the ship suddenly turned pale. They thought they will have to fight to escape, but they did not expect that Deacon Chen did not even resist and let them surrender. "Deacon Chen, what are you talking about?" One of the male disciples stood up and said angrily, "Deacon Chen, even if we die, we have to fight. We can't let them do what they want. We will die anyway." In addition to this male disciple, the rest of the male disciples have a high awareness. If they are captured by these pirates, their fate is no different from death. That being the case, it is better to fight. This way, they may have a chance to survive. Deacon Chen suddenly moved. He rushed in front of the male disciple and fiercely kicked him. With a pung sound, the male disciple was kicked flying. He looked up to the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood before sinking to the bottom of the sea, no longer able to float. "Since you want to die, then die first." Deacon Chen looked at the other disciples coldly and said, "Now, who else refuses to surrender?" "Old Chen, why are you in such a hurry? We haven't played enough. Scare them. This is fun." Bai Yuntao smiled. His eyes are full of ridicule. Chapter 128. "Deacon Chen, how can you betray us?" They glared at Deacon Chen. Their faces are pale. They didn't expect that Deacon Chen, who led them here, is actually colluding with these pirates. Deacon Chen looked at their shocked expression, and then immediately changed into a grim expression. He sneered and said, "Heaven's top mansion is finished. We don't have resources. We don't have status. If I continue to stay there, how long will it take for me to break through to Spirit Core stage? I don't want to stay in that damn place anymore. It's better to go with Brother Bai. In this sea, even Xian Mansion doesn't dare to break in. It's safer than anywhere else." Deacon Chen personally admitted that he colluded with the pirates. This news undoubtedly has a great impact on them. But they have to admit that what he said is the truth. Heaven's top mansion has declined. It's not even comparable to ordinary second-grade forces. They have very few resources. It's really hard for them to break through to core condensation. No wonder you propose to take us out to gain experience. In fact, you want us to be captured. The yellow-clothed woman is the highest cultivation level. Her name is Yang Shishue, and she has the highest status among them. It seems that she doesn't want to surrender. "Yes, you have the highest cultivation level, the best talent. Of course, I brought you here." Deacon Chen's face is grim. Looking at Yang Shishue from head to toe, he said, "Little girl, you are the most delicate. As long as you follow me, I promise I won't let them touch you." Yang Shishue's face is pale. She clenched her teeth and said, "Get out of here, you traitor. Even if we die, we won't let you succeed." After she finished speaking, she took out her sword and placed it across her neck. The other female disciples followed suit and took out their swords. When they were about to commit suicide, Deacon Chen's eyes and hands were already sharp. He snatched the other's sword and slapped it, causing Yang Shishue to fall to the ground. "Want to commit suicide? Too naive." Deacon Chen's eyes are cold. "What are you waiting for? Do it." At this time, a few of the male disciples in the group suddenly moved. They attacked their female companions, snatching the swords from their hands and stopping them from committing suicide. "Senior sister, why are you in such a hurry? You haven't even had a good time with us." They laughed evilly. The traitors were not only Deacon Chen, there were also a few male disciples. "That's a wise move. If you follow us, you'll definitely have a good life. Don't worry, we will treat you well. You still have to give birth to our descendants." Bai Yuntao smirked. Their faces became even paler. They would rather die than marry these pirates. Huang Xiong, how could you do this?" The rest of the male disciples who didn't betray pointed at them in anger. They were so angry that their hands were trembling. There were a total of more than 20 of them, apart from Deacon Chen. There were also a few male disciples who had betrayed them. Hey, Deacon Chen already told us that we have a better future in heaven's top mansion. There's no future in heaven's top mansion, so why bother staying there? Exactly. Heaven's top mansion's resources are too little. There's only one pill every month. How can it be called a mansion? We might as well call it the Celestial Pole Palace. They mocked and ridiculed Heaven's top mansion. They thought that Heaven's top mansion was a trash sect and wanted to leave. Shut up, Yang Shishua angrily said. Heaven's top mansion's resources are too little, but they have done their best to train us. How could they let us down? Although Heaven's top mansion is in decline now, I believe that sooner or later they will create glory again. She proudly raised her head. Although Heaven's top mansion is in decline now, at least they treat them well. That's enough. Create glory again. Even if it will be glory in the future, at least you won't see it now. Deacon Chen coldly snorted. Take them back. I'll teach them a lesson. Heaven's top mansion is nothing but bullshit. They're all useless. Well said. It's Heaven's top mansion's honor to have you in this generation. At this time, a black shadow landed on the ship. He thought it was a pirate, but he didn't expect it to be a collusion. He hates this kind of people the most. Moreover, it's Heaven's top mansion, a force that has some relationship with him. So he must help them. But he didn't expect that Heaven's top mansion has fallen to this point. Every one of them chose to betray, which is undoubtedly the saddest thing. In the end, it's all about benefits. Without enough benefits, it's impossible to keep their greedy hearts. Who is it? Deacon Chen and the others felt a chill in their hearts. Suddenly, someone appeared next to them. This really gave them a fright. They didn't even know where this person came from. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Tianyun. They found a young man standing on the deck, looking at them indifferently. Friends from Heaven's top mansion. After that, Yi Tianyun stretched out his hand and used Absorbing Star's great technique. A super strong suction force instantly shrouded Deacon Chen. Deacon Chen exclaimed. He didn't even have time to struggle. He was sucked into Yi Tianyun's palm. The spiritual power inside his body was madly sucked out. In less than a moment, half of the spiritual power inside his body was sucked out. What kind of evil technique is this? Deacon Chen struggled, but his body couldn't move at all. After being sucked in, he found that he didn't even have the strength to struggle. He could only watch as Yi Tianyun sucked out his spiritual power. Everyone was shocked. A person fell from the sky and easily controlled Deacon Chen. No one expected this. It's a good technique to deal with you. Yi Tianyun smiled indifferently. Quick, save me. What are you doing? Deacon Chen felt that his spiritual power was sucked out, so he quickly asked Bai Yuntao for help. This time, Bai Yuntao and the others recovered and controlled the flying shark to approach them. But before they could get close, a huge black dragon came down from the sky. They didn't have time to react, and the black dragon heavily pressed them down. Bang! Under this heavy pressure, a group of pirates was directly crushed. Immediately, with a roar, extremely high-temperature flames swept to the side, sweeping a large number of pirates, and they were all ignited by the black flames. After the pirates screamed, they jumped into the water. But when they jumped into the water, they found that the flame can't be extinguished by ordinary seawater. It continued to burn, and their bodies were burned to ashes. Chapter 129. Black Dragon? Bai Yuntao and the others were dumbfounded by the scene. They had seen many demonic beasts, but they had never seen a divine beast like the black dragon before. He had never seen a black dragon in his entire life. Not bad. Do you like it? Tianyan smiled and said, Kill them, this group of trash. At this time, they suddenly turned their head and looked at Tianyan as if they saw a ghost. Does this black dragon belong to this young man? It was too late to verify this. The black dragon had already roared and waved his sharp claws to grab them fiercely, tearing the surrounding pirates in half. The black dragon's strength was several times that of a cultivator's, so it could easily tear a person into pieces with its claws. Run, run! Bai Yuntao screamed in horror and jumped into the water without hesitation. There was only water here to cover their escape. Therefore, even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation, they had a great advantage in terms of the environment. Basically, they were successful in every endeavor. Unfortunately, they kicked an iron plate this time, and it is a very thick iron plate. Roar! The black dragon's mouth is full of fire, aiming at the direction whereby Yuntao escaped. It spat out a black flame, penetrating the sea in one fell swoop and continued to penetrate deep into the sea. Immediately, a burst of bubbles emerged from the bottom of the sea. After a moment, a charred body floated up from below. Ding! Successfully killed by Yuntao, gaining 480. 000 EXP, 2200 crazy point. Obtained a skill to control flying shark. Martial art diving impact. Low-grade earth level martial art. Ding! Successfully killed Lu Yuqing, gained experience. Ding! Pet black dragon. Successfully leveled up to second level core condensation. In crazy mode, after killing these pirates, the black dragon's EXP soared and quickly broke through to second level core condensation. The rest of the pirates were killed by the black dragon. The pirates that surrounded them were killed one after another. Some of them were lucky enough to escape because they were far away and quickly jumped into the water. However, that was not the main point. The main point was to kill the leaders. The remaining shrimp soldiers and crab generals were useless. In the blink of an eye, all the pirates were destroyed. The disciples who betrayed Heaven's top mansion trembled in fear as they looked at Tianyan in horror. They don't know who Tianyan is, but since Tianyan helped Heaven's top mansion, he must be a friend of Heaven's top mansion. In that case, what would happen to the traitors? Run, run! They turned around and jumped into the water, but they were still half a beat too slow. The black dragon had already flown in front of them, and its huge body knocked them back with a bang. The few people who were about to jump into the water were knocked into the boat, smashing many planks. If you want to escape, you have to ask me first. At this time, Tianyan threw Deacon Qian in front of him. His whole body was paralyzed on the ground. The spiritual power in his body has been completely drained. At the same time, part of his energy was also drained, and many of his meridians were broken. Deacon Qian has become a waste, not to mention escaping. He can't even stand up. They were overloaded, and they can't move even if they wanted to. Well, it's done. These traitors, how do you want to deal with them? Do you want to take them back to the sect or execute them on the spot? Tianyan looked up at them and asked. He doesn't mind taking Deacon Qian back. Although he gained a lot of experience points, Spirit King Xian Tian gave him a lot of things. Even the heavens immersing ancient ruins was given to him. From a moral point of view, it doesn't matter if they take him back. At this time, Yang Shishue, who was the leader, came back to her senses. This scene is too shocking. There is also a black dragon next to them. It seems like everything is so unreal. Everything was over in the blink of an eye. The traitor is already paralyzed on the ground. He doesn't even have the strength to resist. Senior, who are you to our heaven's top mansion? Yang Shishua's voice trembled. although she knows that Yi Tianyun is not an enemy, but this kind of pressure still makes them tremble. How do I say it? In short, we are friends. Yi Tianyun doesn't know how to describe it. He has a relationship with Spirit King Xian Tian. He is considered as their ancestor's disciple. In this way, he is equivalent to their ancestor. But he didn't say it out loud. He still has important things to do. Friends, Yang Shishue and the others looked at each other and immediately kneeled down and said, Junior thanks Senior for saving our lives. This traitor will be taken back by us and executed by the Mansion Lord. If Senior has time, I don't know if you can come with us to Heaven's top mansion. I can't for the time being. I still have things to do. You can go back now. I don't think there will be any pirates in this area. There shouldn't be any pirates in this area. Yi Tianyun smiled and said, You still have a lot of things to deal with. Go back and explain it to your Mansion Lord. I saw your determination just now. Even if Heaven's top mansion is declining now, I believe it will become stronger in the future. Thank you, Senior, for your kind words. Yang Shishue and the others are excited. It's the best thing for them to be recognized by someone. Immediately, Yang Shishue thought for a moment and said, I don't know when Senior will come to our Heaven's top mansion. We have to repay Senior for saving our lives. We will see each other again. Yi Tianyun waved his hand and jumped on the black dragon. He smiled at them and said, I'm optimistic about you. I hope the next time I see you, you will have improved a lot. After that, Yi Tianyun rode the black dragon and flew towards Devil Cloud Island. He quickly disappeared from their sight. Senior Sister Yang, you said that Senior is so young. How did he cultivate? And the black dragon as a mount is too powerful. I don't know who he is in Heaven's top mansion. The junior sister next to Yang Shishue wondered. I'm not sure about that, but since he can save us, he must be a friend of the elders of Heaven's top mansion. Yang Shishue's beautiful eyes are shining with tears. This is the feeling of surviving a disaster. If it weren't for Yi Tianyun, they would have been dead or humiliated to death. It's scary to think about it. Since Senior will tell us about Heaven's top mansion, we will thank him. Yang Shishue turned around and looked at Deacon Qian, who fainted on the ground. Her eyes are cold. Tie them up and bring them back to the Mansion Lord. Yes, their voice is so loud. Looking at the traitors, they are angry. If it weren't for the sect lord's judgment, they would have already executed them. Chapter 130. After this episode, Yi Tianyun continued on his way to Devil Cloud Island. He didn't expect to meet people from Heaven's top mansion on the way. It seems like there is some kind of relationship between them. It was hard to say whether it was fated or not, but it was such a coincidence that they met in this vast ocean. But even if they are not from Heaven's top mansion, he will still save them. He may not be a good person, but at least he knows what is right and wrong. Ding! Successfully completed. Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Achievement. Obtain Savior. Primary title. Permanently increased 200 prestige points. At this time, a message suddenly popped up, which made him stunned. He didn't expect to complete a hidden achievement after saving them. He doesn't need any equipment at all. The effects of these titles are stacked, which means that he suddenly gained 200 prestige points. I didn't expect to complete a savior. I guess the number of villagers I saved before, plus the number of people I saved now. To reach the target, Yi Tianyun smiled. This is different from the Guardian title. It increases his prestige points. But he also saw that it is a primary title. Does it mean that if he continues to save people, he can continue to strengthen this title? But he doesn't know about the Guardian title. It can't be increased. If it continues to stack, it will definitely reach a terrifying value, especially the prestige points. It is of great help to him now. The success rate of Forging Soul Tool, before it was less than 10%, Now it directly increased to 20%. With the help of luck aura, it is estimated that the success rate can reach 50%. E.T. Onion was happy, but he didn't intend to give it a try. There is no need to use luck aura now. It will only waste crazy point. Although increasing 200 prestige points can increase the success rate by 10%, but that is only for the early stage. The later stage is getting more and more difficult. Even increasing the success rate by 5% is extremely difficult. But to be able to increase the success rate by 50% is already amazing, at least not like the previous 10% success rate. That is terrifying. Almost there. E.T. Onion checked the astrolabe in his hand, looking at the route. He is almost at the Devil Cloud Island. Finally, after a distance, the Devil Cloud Island came into view. There is no need for any introduction. He knows that it is the Devil Cloud Island. Devil Cloud Island, as the name suggested, was a small island with a mass of black clouds. It looked like lightning was flashing in the black clouds, as if a bolt of lightning would strike down from the sky at any time. But in fact, there will be a lightning strike at any time. If struck, even a core condensation cultivator will die. This black cloud did not cover a large area. It just covered the entire island. The island wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was the size of a big city. So this is Devil Cloud Island. It looks a bit strange. E.T. Onion squinted his eyes and saw a group of demonic beasts wandering around. However, these demonic beasts had crawled out from the bottom of the sea. They were all sea demons. There were giant octopuses, giant sharks, and even giant manatees. Their huge bodies were moving around the Devil Cloud Island as if they were protecting something. Layer after layer, it looked very strange. Their cultivation varies from spirit refinement realm to core condensation realm. The lowest is at 4th level of spirit refinement realm, and the highest is at 7th level of core condensation realm. At a glance, the number is as many as hundreds. They are all around the edge of the entire Devil Cloud Island. Obviously, this is a very strange behavior. Under normal circumstances, they live underwater. But now they have climbed up, which undoubtedly exposed their weaknesses. In the water, their strength is doubled. Taking advantage of the environment, they can easily kill humans, but it's different on the surface. They no longer have the advantage. However, with their strong cultivation, even if they are not in the water, no cultivator would dare to fight them. In addition to E.T. Onion, there are no cultivators nearby. This place is so dangerous. Not everyone can come here casually. Not everyone can come here on the Black Dragon like E.T. Onion. Very good. There is no one here, just the right time to attack. E.T. Onion rode the Black Dragon and rushed down. At this moment, he instantly raised his strength to the maximum. Dragon God Bloodline, activate. Crazy 4 times damage mode, activate. Crazy 4 times EXP mode, activate. 5 times EXP card, activate. 10 times EXP card, activate. 2 times Crazy Point card, activate. Almost all that he can use, he superimposed it. When he swooped down, 1 man and 1 dragon seemed to merge into one, and his strength soared to the extreme. Roar. The demon beasts around the Devil Cloud Island, when they sensed the power above their heads, they all looked up. When they saw E.T. Onion rushing down, they immediately prepared to fight. But with their strength, how can they withstand such a powerful force from E.T. Onion? Boom. 1 man and 1 dragon fell down. Accompanied by a loud bang, many demon beasts were blown away. The Black Dragon waved its sharp claws and tore the demon beast next to it. The demon beast was like a thin piece of paper. It was easily torn apart. E.T. Onion held the Chaotic Heaven Saint axe in his hand, and it was as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. He swung the axe fiercely, and the demon beast was immediately cut in half. Ding! Successfully killed giant octopus. Gained 2,000. 000 EXP. 4000 crazy point. Got an octopus tentacle. Eat it for a short period of time. Ding! Successfully killed giant sea cow. Gained 350,000 EXP. 6000 crazy point. Got sea cow horn material. Ding! Successfully killed giant walrus. Gained 4,000 EXP. 6000 crazy point. Got walrus skin material. With the 19 times EXP stacked, plus the double crazy point, the value suddenly skyrocketed. Onion specifically killed the demon beasts with higher cultivation. The black dragon specifically hunted the demon beasts with lower cultivation. One man and one beast slaughtered madly. The experience is crazy. Good things are constantly dropping and constantly occupying the inventory. These demon beasts are also not afraid of death. Crazily rushed here. This just catered to Etienne's idea. He came here to continuously hunt these demon beasts, not to look for demon beasts everywhere. It is too much of a waste of time. His experience card can last for up to an hour. After a long time, it will be gone. Ding! Pet black dragon successfully broke through to 3rd level core condensation. Ding! Pet black dragon successfully broke through to 4th level core condensation. Because the black dragon's level is relatively low, so its speed of leveling up is relatively fast. It suddenly leveled up 2 levels. However, Etienne still did not level up. After all, he still needs 6 to 7 million EXP. It is not easy to fill it up. Cool, this is the feeling I want again.